Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to Super Bowl Game Saturday, the Friday edition. So it is Super Bowl Game almost Saturday. We got a special show for you tonight. I'm Captain D-Trag.
And I'm Gemini96.
So good to have you back. That means, of course, one thing right now. That means we were playing EarthBound again for Part 4.
Yes.
Last time we played in December, we got the last of the Soundstone recordings from the Your Sanctuary locations. We have to go find Gygus now. We're going to have the plot resolved tonight, but this is not the finale of the game for the show, of us at least. But what we gotta do now is, as you mentioned last time, he is a machine that's feasibly gonna help us get to Gygus, but there's something missing.
Alright, so he needs a meteorite.
Yeah. He gave us a hint last time of where it is, so I think we're going home. Is that the idea?
Yes.
Okay.
Only place in the game where we've seen a meteorite at the very beginning.
Yep. Yeah, back in October. It's like, yeah, it's been it's not super long, but it is one of those things I guess I'm starting to reflect on this, because fine, we're coming to the end of the two RPGs we got running now. Well, two of them. Fine. We have Pokemon Violet as it is, but also Lunar, which we're going back to finish next week, and then this next month. Yeah, we're back in Onet where, okay, it's dark.
So Onet is completely dark. Everyone's barricaded in their homes.
Yeah, so lock your doors and stay inside until it's safe to come out. Yeah, kind of like the beginning of the game, it sounds much more menacing now with the same music you hear when we saw the Starmen over in the factory. And yeah, monsters are running amok, so take them down, Jesus.
Let's see what we got here. Ghost of Starman, they're pretty dangerous. They can cast Starstorm. Mechanical Octobot, Evil Eye. Alright, let's put PSI Shield up. That. Bazooka gun.
Yep. Alright, because Freeze is amazing at everything, basically.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's getting a lot darker now, I mean, for sure. But it's fitting, because we're getting to the end of this game, and it is... We'll get to this when we get to this, but... Man, this is one of the most fascinatingly intriguing conclusions of any game I've played. Definitely something... I don't know, we'll get to this when we get there, but... I don't know if I can think of other games that quite do what this game's doing with it. But also how well it's paying off. As Pooh is,
He's confused.
He's confused. Okay. First, like, wait, no, he's not crying because he doesn't show that on the screen. Actually, one other thing also, as far as the photos that are left, I don't think we have a whole lot of those left. Am I right about that?
We have... I think just one more.
Just one more. And remember, flashlight warning anytime there's a smash, but I'm not going to be able to feasibly predict it whilst we're doing the show. But either way.
Finish this guy off.
Yeah, you're taking a lot more damage now. And you're level 70, I think, on this. So yeah, even with that, it's still something it's... I guess I got a question for you this way, because I don't think we were that high level when we did our off-screen of this a year ago. Does it scale based on what your levels are, how tough they are, or they're always going to be this difficult to fight?
They have fixed levels and stats.
And how the hell do we get through this at level 50? Aside from the fact you know exactly what to do with this game.
Well, I don't think we might have been maybe closer to 60.
Okay. I can look back as far as the file we ran.
Yeah, because everyone else is around level 60, and then Ness, he's a higher level because he gets that big experience boost in Magicant.
Okay, fair enough.
Yeah.
So fine, Ness. So in that case, I think you're right. We're kind of at the level, basically, I believe.
Yeah, this is a pretty standard level to be at this point.
Okay. One other thing, I don't know, did you say you ever went to 99 as far as the max level in this game?
No.
Because I'm wondering how much easier does it necessarily get if you're that high? I mean, given what they can throw out, it can be dangerous. I don't know if this is going to make that much of a difference.
Yeah, after a certain point, I would say, like, after level 70, it probably doesn't matter.
As far as the stuff with the battles, that's the case. I mean, fine, the only thing that I think is easily taken care of is the homesickness thing, because I think it's only like level 75. Ness never feels homesick. Yeah. He's gotten over it feasibly. Well, fine. He got it, fine. He initially didn't have it, then he has it a little more, and he has a little, I think a little more on top of that, or a little less, and then he just doesn't have it anymore, because I think, as we mentioned before, we're getting to the end, and he knows what he has to do and what everybody else is going to be helping out with.
Yeah.
Flash amazing smile.
Yeah. He always does that after Starstorm. It's just a wasted turn for him.
Okay.
Alright.
Sweet. HP
Nice.
maxed by 27.
A few more battles will be up there.
Awesome. And you got, of course, with the green means the first strike as far as it, but that's the idea. And of course, as is want, as far as when we edit, all the parts of EarthBound that we've had before are going to be linked below, as is, so you can see the majesty that's been this game so far. And we're not done yet as far as even after tonight. But it comes to all your plot discussions as far as it, yeah, this is the place you want to be now. Right, good job with the hit. Place scrapped. Maybe that's the other thing. When we went through this, we just were getting tons of level ups as we went because of how strong the enemies are over here, from what I remember. I guess Liar exaggerates probably. I don't know if he's locked in the house. He might be locked somewhere else.
Oh, he's probably underground.
You're right. Oh, you're right. He is underground. That's true because we saw at the beginning of the game. So he has his makeshift shelter.
Yeah, he's got his bunker down there.
He's all ready to go. And he knows that, yeah, we can do it, no problem.
Oh, yeah,
I'm trying to remember, is it sometimes cases where they'll outspeed, regardless, or is it as far as the stats?
It happens.
Okay.
In general, they'll call it pretty fast, so she usually goes before the Starman. But it's okay.
Ooh, nice.
Hopefully this doesn't hit us. Okay.
So Paul did survive, just barely.
Yeah.
Yeah, Jeff, we're gonna have to help.
Yeah, we'd probably just leave Jeff dead for now, because we're going to get a full heal right after we get the meteorite.
Awesome, okay. And I guess fitting that was the last battle.
Okay.
For this. Alright, here we go.
Something shiny. New red piece.
Fantastic.
Alright, so we'll take this back to Andalets.
And now we can head off. Actually, I'm gonna look back on the video. Maybe it was just me. It looked like Jeff was briefly alive for a second. Or maybe it wasn't.
Oh, maybe during the teleport animation? Yeah.
Maybe? I don't know. I'll have a picture of that when I edit, just because I don't know if I don't, maybe I'm looking at it wrong. Because sometimes notice that, hey, I'll look at the screen as far as there are other people who've been on show or in chat will say that. I'll look back and I'll realize they'll notice something like either it was that or maybe it wasn't. That's also the beauty of doing recording.
Alright, so we gave him the meteorite when we slept and gave him some time to work on it.
Okay.
And it's now complete.
Phase Distorter version 2.
2 features. So this thing will heal us and also save.
Awesome. But, yeah, you might not be able to return.
Alright, we're ready.
So yeah, this is the point of no return feasibly for the rest of the game, is that right?
Yes.
Okay. Because we're dealing with that with Lunar, I should say, last week, and then we realized, wait, no, it's technically not the last point because we couldn't finish the game last week. But either way, now we're going to the hill that time forgot. What's it called?
Yes.
Oh, wait, is that the name of the area, or the cliff that time forgot?
Cliff that time forgot.
Is that the area, or is that also the name of the music on the soundtrack?
That is the name of the song, yeah.
Okay.
And this cave is called the Cave of the Past.
Okay, that's what it is.
Alright, so here's the Star Master again.
Alright.
One last power for us. He gives PSI Starstorm Omega.
Okay.
It's just like Starstorm, that'll hit all of the enemies, and it'll deal even more damage than Alpha.
Okay.
Alright, we have a broken machine here, and if you check it, you have a Horn of Life.
Okay.
That functions just like a couple of life noodles that'll revive someone. Alright, so we're here now, but Tygus does not appear to be here.
Yeah, so where do you go? Alright, well, with the help of Mr. Saturn, they brought there, and yeah, I guess attacking from our exact location.
But he's attacking from many years in the past.
Yeah. That's an interesting twist that way. So you have to go back.
Past, but there's something they don't want to tell us.
Yeah. Something that definitely is not something you tend to see in games like this, even when it comes to, like, that time travel thing. I don't think even, like, Chrono Trigger did something like this.
Alright. So in order to warp to the past, we have to do this by way of the Phase Distorter 3. However, the machine cannot warp living things, or life forms. Life is demolished in the process of warping. So the only way to accomplish time travel is to transfer your brain program into a robot and send the robot to the past.
Mm-hmm.
Transfer means that your spirit will go with the robot while your body is left behind. Can't promise that your spirit will come back after the battle in the past, yet you must understand that the four of you are the chosen ones. Still wish face Gaius? Yes.
Yeah, I remember when I first saw that, and it was with you that I first saw this, I kind of was taken aback, because on one hand I thought, you know, usually when you go into time travel in the game, you usually don't have something like this happen, but honestly, they then say, you know what, they talk about raising the stakes of your story. And because we've gone through so much with these characters as it's been, you get that sense that could something horrible happen to them? The idea that they're going to feasibly be giving their lives for the purpose of saving the world. So it is a very quirky game, but it's also something that there's something pretty brilliant about the way that then when this game asks you to care about it, you go into its serious, horrific modes, you're with it completely. Fine. I mean, that was my case. Your case, I'm pretty sure that's right because I know you love this game to death, but any other insights you have to that or anything else as we go, you know, feel free. He's leading this one. This is always the case.
Yeah, this whole final section is just epic.
Oh, yeah. And right, because it is Andonaut's the son of Jeff, saying like, yeah, you know, we're going back this way. He could feasibly be losing his son doing this. While few people know your amazing courage, the number of people who save that bravery is immense.
Okay, here we go.
Alright, let's do it.
So you can call your father from here.
Okay.
He knows that something's wrong here. Do you have a cold or something? Your voice sounds kind of funny.
Uh-huh. Alright. And we have tons of money that I guess is not going to matter here.
62,000.
I was like, yeah, we're not going to go to sleep. We're not even 15 minutes in tonight.
Alright, here we go.
Alright, let's do it. It is quite a sight when you see this.
Yeah.
And also the stuff with the music. Let me just see, for this area, I don't know what they call this area.
The Cave of the Past?
Cave of the Past. I don't know if there's a, because when it's come to the previous parts, always indicated where there's potential inferences of famous music. As far as it, I think it was fine. It was on the clip that Time Forgot that had that mentioned last time. As far as what that was, which was a take on Marseillaise from Claude Joseph Rouget, I believe is Rouget de Lisle, I think. And we'll find the opening sort of All You Need Is Love from the Beatles. Find the do. It's not quite that because you hear the horns going. But also kind of
Yeah.
And it's I like kind of the way they twist it. It sounds very regal, but also this idea that there's something very mysterious up there. But now that we're in the past here, yeah, that's where it's getting going. And even just the look of this, because it's almost monochromatic, except for Ness's hat mostly.
Yeah.
And the little butterfly.
Little butterflies.
Even in the past, the butterflies are there to help. The ultimate Octobot.
And this area also has one of the rare weapons. There's an enemy called the Bionic Kraken in this area.
Okay.
And that has a 1 in 128 chance of dropping the Gutsy Bat.
Right.
Which will significantly increase Ness's guts, and so essentially almost every hit will be a critical hit.
Wow.
So it's a very strong weapon, but you get it so late in the game, you can only use it on the final boss.
Does it break the final boss?
I
don't know. Have you gotten it before?
Yeah, it does.
Okay.
Yeah.
Also, what was that rare item we got of Paula's when we were doing tests on this?
The Goddess Ribbon.
The Goddess Ribbon. Where did we get that off of again?
That was from this guy right here, Ghost of Starman.
Oh, right.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yep.
I think you said when we did that you'd never gotten that yourself before. Is that right?
No, I never got that one.
Okay. And I think it's the same 128 as it is for all the other stuff. See, it's funny, we held up, fine, maybe I made the mistake of holding up the Sword of Kings as kind of the mecca of it, but then again, there's a lot of other things that have the same perspective to that.
Yeah. Getting a lot of criticals with Ness.
Yeah, I know, and he's getting tons of he's insanely powerful getting those.
Yeah.
Usually, like, yeah, it was like 70-something damage with Paul and everybody, and there's the Legendary Bat.
Legendary Bat. 207 to 237.
There you go. So fine, those criticals will probably be like in 700s now,
Yeah.
pretty much, if that. But as you mentioned, he's like 20 levels ahead as we get the Squatter Demon, was that?
Squatter Demon.
Okay.
Oh yeah, this guy's weak to fire.
Okay.
Just like the boogie tent.
Okay.
Reed.
I guess then, because this is sort of a take on that enemy. As far, fine, how it looks, yes, but I don't know stats-wise. That usually the idea when there's enemies that look similar, but they're kind of different, that they'll feasibly leak the same thing later, or not?
Yeah.
Okay.
Area 2.
Yeah, there you go. Get to enjoy the atmosphere of this. We have a nuclear reactor robot. It does the exploding thing, I'm sure.
Yes.
I was gonna say, of all the things that do that, you know, yeah, an explosion from this thing could be horrible. Although I guess, I don't know, maybe it's better because our souls are within, I guess, within the robots. Are they considering that as far as that?
Yeah.
Okay. So fine, I guess, fine, our soul is still in there, but maybe the robot bodies, I guess, are strong enough to handle that. But as you mentioned at the start of the play, you said, hey, you know, when it comes to this game, it's describing a lot of things that feasibly you'd have to use your imagination for and think that if you were actually seeing that, like, oh, Jesus. But, it's easier maybe to take in something like this or seeing the final Starman. But also the case that you really stop and think about it, like, oh, Jesus. I guess his power shield is deflecting your attacks for this. I can remember, do we see this when we did our practice on this? If we did, I don't remember seeing it.
Yeah, he doesn't start with one, but he can put one up.
Okay.
We try to get rid of it with a thunder.
Okay.
But after enough hits, we'll just destroy the shield.
Okay. In fact, there you go, perfect. Yeah, good job.
almost done. Just a few more rooms.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's not long as far as what this is, but there's definitely going to be a lot to go into as far as what we have, and also the extras we have, which is also, I think, why probably a good idea. I guess we did the extras was also the case. Fine, I said, you know, thank you again, Gemini96. I'll say this, of course, when we get to the end of tonight and next time, of course, for the finale. Thank you again for sharing this game with everybody, because I know people want to see this, but also, and you want to show it. But honestly, the idea that you say, hey, the idea that when you're running a game like this, to call, what do you want to show? And I guess since I said this, I always want to make the show different that way. I always say to people, like, what do you want to show on a game? I will, Jesus, you're getting more damaged, but you just kill these things as fast as you can, feasibly.
Yeah, as long as Ness stays alive, we should be okay.
Okay, for a minute there, I was like, wait, Paul is, like, the counter was down to between 1 and 0. Yeah, but I was just saying the idea that, hey, I appreciate that, so it's like, hey, you know, when you're controlling a game, you get to say what do you want to show, what do you want to do for it, because I do, that's the thing I've noticed, especially as we've got other games we're going to be running eventually, as far as, so if you're going to be involved in other stuff, as far as the idea of how much of a collaborative perspective it's been for me, maybe, when it comes to some of these things we've done for the show.
Yeah.
So in that case, I like the idea of kind of showing something different. Like, okay, we have the Japanese version. I don't know if everybody's able to show the Japanese version necessarily. I mean, I'll explain when we get there a little later how you can do it if you not money debts. It's not illegal. You can legally do this. You're paying money as far as your Nintendo Switch Online subscription fee. So you can take advantage of this totally. And we have shown it before on the show for a couple of purposes. I don't know, we've done a couple of plays I know that have run the Japanese version of certain things and good job.
Yeah, I just got out of there because he confused me.
Okay.
Alright. So Healing Gamma has a chance of reviving. It's a 75% chance. So we'll use that before our healing items, just to save the psychic point, or the save the items.
Mm-hmm. And there you go, you got all. See, it's funny this, because going back to the thing with a percentage on some of these things, it's interesting thinking the fact that, hey, running certain weapons like the KC bat, like, hey, the chance of hitting or the yo-yos are lower in like it was like 70% of those, yes?
Yeah.
About. So, but in that case, like, fine, where do you take a risk on that and where don't you? Which is, fine, for the case of that, like, hey, if you miss, you're not attacking, you put yourself in danger. In this case, you're feasibly losing psychic points, right? If it fails.
Yeah.
Because it takes it just like, hey, it doesn't work.
Yeah.
But in your case, it worked all 3 times. And it's high enough odds at that point, like, you may as well try it, otherwise you're feasibly have to trudge back to, go back to the ship, I think.
Yeah.
And I think you have to hoof it, right? I don't think you can transport it there.
Yeah, you can't teleport in this area.
Okay. Enjoy more of the trippy backgrounds. So we maxed HP 41 and psychic points by 19. Alright, so we're getting in good shape as far as what we gotta do next.
And here we go with the healing again. Turn.
Yeah, and I think the thing is that it has really high HP now.
Yeah.
So in that case, it's even worse to see that.
And you could potentially just keep doing that, like right here.
Right here, okay. And I'm pretty sure there's no way to mitigate that. Well, fine, that's one way to mitigate
That's the way to
it.
mitigate it.
Yeah, exactly, the smash attack. Yeah, Ned's like, fine, I've had enough of this.
Alright. Into the final cave.
Yeah, feel free to talk on this.
Yeah, it's very strange, like organic-looking area. It's like some kind of a being that's alive.
Right. I remember when I first saw this, like, whoa, it definitely took me back as far as, like, okay, yeah, it definitely is something potentially horrifying, and there is a reason for that. I want to make sure I took down the reason. I'm pretty sure you know the reason for what we're going to see here, but I want to make sure some of the details. Okay, I sort of took down some of the bullet points on this one, but I just want to make sure of that. It was also one of those fascinating things that after we did the play, it was also that case of I kind of ruminate over that. And it's also the case that after years and years, I deliberately did not watch the Angry Video Game Nerd look at this game because I said, I know I got to experience this game myself, and I want to do that before I see that. And it was interesting. We finished the game as far as how it was on our practice, and then I went home and watched that, and it kind of soaked in again what we're gonna see.
I'm going to give the.
Yeah, what's your loadout plan here?
Alright, so Paul is going to be the most important party member in this final battle. So I want her to have the C pendant. That'll protect her from freeze and fire. And she also has the Franklin badge, so that'll protect her from thunder. So she has all the elements covered.
Gotcha.
And also, I think I'll put the rabbit's foot on Ness.
Okay.
Or maybe the night pendant. Yeah, because the night pendant will protect him from flash, which is an instant kill.
Okay.
And I do want Ness alive because he will be my main healer.
Gotcha.
So we'll leave the night pendant on Ness. C pendant on Paula. Jeff can keep the. Yeah, Jeff can keep the rabbit's foot.
And the rabbit's foot, what is that again?
That increases speed.
Okay.
By 40. So he'll be able to get some extra damage out quickly.
Okay.
And then Pooh will just be like a general support character. He could heal, he could do some extra damage. And I think we're good to go.
Okay. Alright, because we've asked the whole game where or who or what is Gygus.
Alright.
Answers are now.
Here we go. So we see an image of ourselves.
I remember when I saw it, I was like, whoa, hold on.
And there's Pokey.
Yeah, we've been hinting at this the whole game, the case of him showing up. As you mentioned, he's kind of a little bit of a person who leeches onto people who are stronger than he is.
Yeah. The Apple of Enlightenment has already made a prediction, but I won't let what the Apple of Enlightenment predicted take place.
Right, you mentioned that specifically as far as how the game goes into that, or where it went off that way too. Because of you.
I was led by Gygus, and now I'm here. The Apple of Enlightenment could not predict this. So here, this is an interesting line here. It says, Master Gygus. No, Gygus is no longer the wielder of evil. It's like he's almost putting himself at the same level or above Gygus because he's no longer calling him Master.
Yeah, yeah, we think so. Because at this point, you're right. How he's kind of, there's always been that back and forth that he's had in the sense of kind of maybe being a little weaker and saying that fine, he'll maybe give, if not fealty, maybe a case of, I guess, I'm trying to think of the right word to say on this one. I guess more modesty, but then he's like, no, it's not exactly it. He's like, he basically pulls back right away. It seems like it's almost like that, but then more in this case, he's so high, embodiment of evil itself. He's saying that he can't control it on his own, so I'm going to help him for it. All right, here we go.
Okay. All right, so we have Gygus and Pokey.
With this great music, very 8-bitified. Is this a remix of something from Mother? The first one. I don't know why I think it might be, but I'm guessing it was.
Not that I can think of right now. I don't think this song is from the first game.
Okay.
No, yeah.
Fine, I'm trusting your judgment on this one for sure on this, as well as what we're doing on.
Okay, so we're gonna start with paralysis. Pokey is weak to paralysis. Now, the thing with this first phase of the fight, you do not want to attack Gygus. He will just reflect all of your attacks, and you won't be able to get anywhere by hitting him.
Okay.
So you have to go after Pokey.
Okay.
Now, Paula will have her put up a shield, because Gygus will start using Rockin', which will hit everyone.
Okay.
And Jeff, you can just attack.
Oh yeah, fine. Okay, now I remember. It's like, wait,
Yeah.
it starts 8-bitify and then it gets in this. Oh my god. This is
Kicks
amazing.
up here, yeah. Yes.
Awesome.
There's a Rockin' Alpha. Okay, we got him paralyzed.
Perfect.
Alright, so now this, we should be fine now. We got past, that was basically the hardest part, just making sure that you get the shield up before too many Rockins hit you.
Mm-hmm. And you mentioned paralyzed Poke.
Paralyzing Pokey.
What is the concern if you don't do that with him?
Yeah, Pokey, he hits pretty hard. He could deal like upwards of 200 damage per hit.
Okay.
So yeah, you want to try to paralyze him as soon as you can. And so we're gonna just keep hitting him. Go with the freeze. Freeze.
Actually, one thing I realized when you were targeting Pokey, I don't know if I actually noticed this until now, it actually shows the status effect he's inflicted with.
Yeah.
Which is a great touch. I actually just noticed that right now. I actually have never seen that before. Even when we played, I didn't actually pay attention to that. I said, wait, like, what's that on the side? It's like, oh, wait. It's telling him that he's paralyzed.
Yeah.
It's great. There you go. Yeah, your Rocky's not doing anything to us.
Alright, so Ness, we'll have Ness finish him off, and I want to save, Pooh's psychic points for the next phase.
Okay.
Should almost have.
Yeah. Yeah, with Gemini 96, the controls in this one, there's no doubt we're going to complete this. He knows exactly what he's doing.
We'll revive Paul in the next phase.
Okay.
Ah, we got it. Understand you guys are already claiming to be heroes. Well, it's a gazillion years too early for you to oppose Gygus. You must feel pretty stupid to keep fighting without even knowing what Gygus looks like. If you were to ever
Yeah.
see Gygus, you'd be so petrified with fear you'd never be able to run away. That's how scary he is. So I'm turning off the Devil's Machine. Prepare to be amazed.
Right, the Devil's Machine basically is hiding his true form. Yes?
Yes, and here is his true form.
Okay.
Gygus cannot think rationally anymore, and he isn't even aware of what he is doing now. His own mind was destroyed by his incredible power. What an almighty idiot. That's what he is. And you will be just another meal to him.
So you're right, as you're saying with Pokey, the fact that now, fine, Gygus is like nothing anymore, even though he's the embodiment. Yeah.
Okay.
And look at this, Jesus.
Yeah.
When's a good time to mention, like, the background as far as, why does Gygus look like this?
Oh yeah, you can't. Well.
Or, fine, we'll wait, because we have another form I think that's coming up, is
Yeah,
that right?
it's easier to see in the next phase.
We'll see that
Yeah.
then. Fine, you just give me the word, because there's a little bit I'll go into, and if you want to jump in on that, go ahead as well, because you might know more of some of the details than I did. I took notes on this, but also just a little bit of a basis of what we're seeing. A little. What we will see. You can kind of see it.
Yeah.
Talk about a great build of your battle, the case that, if I started with what we just saw before, it's not being able to grasp his attack. Jeff is crying uncontrollably, and Pooh is paralyzed.
Yeah, even when he attacks, like, it's just everything about Gygus is just so intangible. It's just, you can't grasp his attack. You can't quite see what he is.
Right. Which talk about the perfect reflection of the idea of him for the whole game. We've heard the name, but we haven't seen anything as far as it. And that build up, even more than something like the original Legend of Zelda. Like, they talk Ganon. Who's Ganon? But even the reveal of this is maybe even better. No, I'd say it is better. Because much more of a shock in some ways. That's feeling after Terra scream for help in the dark. No frightened. Okay, okay, yeah, there you go. I was gonna say, like, first he's past the level of homesickness. Like, no.
And so what he says here is actually a hint to what we need to do in this next phase. He says, why don't you call for help? And that is actually what we have to do.
Right. Talk about great hints of game in the storytelling.
Alright. So in this final phase, you can attack Aegis with everything you have, but you will never defeat him. What you need to do in order to defeat him is pray, with Paul's prayer ability here. So we'll just defend with everyone else, and do that.
This is one of the most brilliant, I think, elements as far as the game. The idea of kind of how this is going as... Oh, that you just mentioned. There goes the lightning, the Frankel bitch. Please give us strength. Also, if you're someone who's wondering, like, hey, what's the idea of potential faith elements in your games? This might be one of the best examples of it that there is. And unique as far as how it's doing it.
It was even more emphasized in Mother 2.
Okay.
In Mother 2, Paula says, please God, if you're there, please help us. So it was... The religious implication was even more... it was emphasized more in the Japanese version.
And this was about 2 years out from when Nintendo, I know, kind of was willing to kind of indicate that as far as games that came out on their consoles, as the Saturns are also hearing us. Because I mentioned this before, a couple weeks ago, well, about a month ago now, we did a preview of Harvest Moon from Super Nintendo. In Europe, Nintendo published that themselves. Here, it was in two major publishers, but there are references specifically to God in that game. So there's like a couple years out from this one, as far as what it was, but yeah, good indication as far as that, as he's absolutely right. We gotta pray with all of our heart for that. It's Paul's gonna help us on that one.
Yeah, and this image here, this is, if you flip this image upside down, it resembles what Gygas looked like in the first game.
Really?
Yes.
Yeah, I did not know that. Okay, so we're sort of referencing to the original, to Mother, somewhere. I don't know if we actually talked about that or if I knew that part of it. Thank you for indicating that, but there is kind of a nod then at that point.
Yeah.
As far as like the look, if you've never played this game before, hope you're enjoying what you're seeing and you're fascinated by this, because we have a lot to go into on this. But also, why does it look this way?
Right. Yeah.
And the reason for that is because the creator of this game, Shigesate Ichoi. Sorry. I was like, I will get at the page as far as like where it was. His name is not there. Anyone can help us? Please help. When he was growing up, he was in a movie theater, so the story goes. Feel free to indicate if I get any of this wrong. Anywhere as we see the Runaway 5. But you know, I'll do that when we come back to the battle. Yeah, he felt something stop at him. As I pray for the safety. Yeah, because there's a movie called The Military Policeman and Its Dismembered Beauty. He accidentally walked into this movie. I think from what I understand he was at something else and he kind of came back in the wrong theater, I think, or something. I don't know what that was.
He walked into the wrong theater.
He walked into the wrong theater. And when he saw that, there was a scene in that movie in particular that he saw that he didn't know how to interpret it. He thought at the time that it was a rape scene. I don't think it was as far as what he saw, but the point is that it was something dark, and he said, as a young child, I didn't know what I was seeing. I guess he said he was terrified by this, but something that made enough of an impact on him and said, when he was coming up with the design as far as Gygas, he almost wanted to mention something intangible, but also this question of, what is this, as we have Paul's father hearing his daughter's prayers. And that kind of was the idea, I think. And feel free to, elaborate on that more as far as what other things go to that. And also, I guess, what's your take on that? Because I think it's kind of brilliant this way, this idea of, it is a great horror game when you really think of it. This is why this is part of the Halloween block, specifically, amongst other reasons.
Yeah, I think he was just trying to recreate like that unsettling feeling that he had with the imagery and and the dialogue that you hear from Gygas here.
Sure. And something when I think we first saw this, or I first saw this with you, I didn't know that was the context of it, and I looked in later and I realized, okay, that kind of makes sense, but even, regardless of whether I knew that or not, when we saw it first, or I saw it first, and then later, I realized, like, this is pretty impressive. This is something unique. This is something... I don't think there's any game on the Super Nintendo that's even halfway close to this, as Tony's here, as far as his fellow students. And it really did have an impact on me, as far as that way. I don't know what your first time seeing this was like.
Yeah, it was... I didn't even know how to interpret it at first, but... Yeah, I just knew it was so... Like, just like the whole emotional impact of it was so well made and well done, and it was just... I knew it was something great.
Sure. I mean, sometimes you see that, and that, I guess, is going to go to one thing, which is, as we're still, you know, trying to go and still can't grasp his attacks, and Ness is in trouble.
Yeah.
But Paul is here.
As long as we have Paul, we'll be fine.
So now we need those prayers even more than ever, which is fine. We're getting it from everywhere. Which is also great. Talk about the perfect way of, I guess, reminiscing of all the places we went, all the people we met, and the idea that they're all coming into the picture of this. This background is creepy. Hi, AJ42, so good to see you tonight. I know I work with him as it is. He's like, yeah, where the fuck is Gemini 96? He's right here. So good to see you. Yeah, it is creepy for the end of EarthBound. Yeah, feel free to go into memories on this if you've seen this ending, or as far as this game. It is great, and this is what we've been building up to. It's so good to see you tonight, for sure. And feel free to sit back, relax, enjoy the show, as he's feeling good as far as what he's doing. But it is amazing as far as how it is, and as you mentioned so well, it is open to interpretation in a lot of different ways that it is always a fascinating thing to kind of think, what does it mean? But it's also the case where there's not necessarily a right answer or even a wrong answer necessarily, which I think is interesting. Not even one of those cases like he said, like, oh, I kept this deliberate, or not deliberate, deliberately kept this oblique. Fine, he did to a certain extent, but not completely. But the case of, you've mentioned to me multiple times other reads of this that I never really thought of, and other people I've talked to as well have said that. And it's interesting, just this kind of collection of what are we seeing? What is this really meaning? I mean, we know on one level the idea that it's evil incarnate, but kind of digging deeper.
Yeah.
Spirit the spirit of all the people of Earth. Yeah, talk about the mother's intuition for sure. And where this franchise gets its name.
Yep. So we're doing increasingly more damage with each turn.
Mm-hmm.
And now, you see that Gygas is becoming even more disturbed.
And unstable.
Unstable, yeah.
And the way they reflect this in the visuals, oh my god, it's incredible. Can't think of anybody else.
Absorbed by the darkness.
Oh boy.
There's one more person that has to pray.
And this might be the most brilliant reveal of something like this that I have ever seen in anything. Yeah, Paula, one more person. Can you hear me? Give us your strength. Yeah, you want to explain what we're going to see in just a second when this pops up. Or did it pop up already?
It will.
Okay. I want to make sure I wasn't necessarily getting the weed going on here.
So
oh, right. Okay, now I remember. Now I remember. As far as how it does this.
So it slowly reveals a name
Yeah. Jesus, so look at that damage. Gygus doesn't have a stand chance.
And there you go.
Right. Remember, we entered that name back at Summers, correct?
That's the player name.
Yes, it is.
So that's a really cool thing. You know, playing through the game, they ask you to input your name, and then here it is at the end, and it serves as like, you know, the final prayer that finally defeats Gygus.
Yes, and it's worth pointing out when we did our practice, as it was for this, Emetics, who we've had on the show before, he is notorious for not liking his real name. I've never revealed his real name as it is, and won't as far as how it is for the show, but you just said we have to put his real name in. And when I saw that, like, my jaw hit the floor. I was like, oh my god, he's still here with us!
Yep.
And it was amazing. So that's how I found out. I think that maybe made it more impactful to me, I think, because, hey, it was going to mention this communal element of what we're seeing with the prayers that we made, and also the fact that it comes back to the player. In the case of who did that, it's coming back to somebody as far like medics as it was for the purpose of that. Actually, I'll say this, if I was feasibly going to, the other possibility I was thinking as far as putting into that, I was thinking of putting chat as that name, anyway. But either way, it works really well, and it gives that great reveal of, you know, that idea, and there you go, you did it. Yeah, I remember when I first saw that, and even now, just looking at this, that's when you realize that, yeah, why does this game have the reputation it does as far as the cult class of this console? That's why. That's one of many, 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 many reasons why. But that one especially, that's where I said, that was the light bulb moment. That's it, right there. And everything came into connection so perfectly. And it really, I think it's one of those cases where we've sometimes talked about this, the idea of when a game ends well, anything ends really, really well, that's when it really nails you. And I mentioned Paper Mario, the 1,000-Year Door does something similar to that. This is on the level of that. I think this might be even better. Hello, Dolly Finn. So good to see you tonight. Gemini96 and I are here for the end of EarthBound. We prayed with all our hearts as far as what we did in order to defeat Gygus. As it was said, we had to transform our souls into the robots to go in the past. We might not survive, is the thought. And here we are. Everybody's watching as we did save the world. So good to see you tonight, Dolly Finn, as well. We have a little more to go on the show, even though the game is finished as far as the story. We've got much more to go and more discussions. Hope you're doing well, and so good to see you tonight. And talk about the emotional crescendo of everything you had, and also what we're seeing here as... And the beautiful music, my god. And remember, thumbnail choice, you take your pick as far as what it is for this part and next. Because there's a lot of good ones.
Yeah.
Alright, so there is the travels.
Right. Who must return to Dalam and use this experience for the good of my country. I demonstrate a strange power before I go. I realized this as a child. PSI, farewell.
Okay. See you again someday, alright? Our salute to you, Pooh. Thank you. You are a great warrior, as Gemini96 you said. Because without him, we couldn't have done it without all of our group. That's the thing about it. And we have a new friend in Jeff as well. Glad I had a chance to use some of the theories and the technology that I know to contribute. But if you two get hitched, then maybe I can fix your broken electronic appliances.
There you go.
There you go. I'll stay here a while, learn more from Dr. Indenuts, or my dad. I mean, I don't know if I emphasized this enough when I first saw this with you, but this is absolutely beautiful right here in particular. The music, the way they state this, the dialogue, all of it. Yeah, it's a miracle Glad to was stress while you're gone. Science 4 could save the world.
Alright, we have some presents here that fell down from the sky.
Okay.
We have a couple letters.
Alright, let's take a look.
Letter from kids at the preschool, letter from mom, and a letter from Tony.
Alright.
You drop that.
Can you read the letters?
Yeah.
Okay.
Alright. So, letter from the kids. Dear Paula, how are you doing? I'm fine too. So all the kids here. Your friends at the Polestar Preschool.
Okay. Now, Mom.
Mom. Since you left home on your journey, things have changed around here. For example, I don't have as much laundry. Also, we don't seem to eat steak as much as we used to. I heard that you defeated some universal evil character, Googie or something. And that there is another reference to the first game.
Is it?
That's a similar spelling of Gaius' name in the first game. In the first game it was Gee-Goo.
Okay. Oh, looking at this, I know this was not at the time. I looked at that at first like, that's not Luigi from Luigi's Mansion 2 was the first one he was introduced in, I think. I think it was 2.
Yeah.
Okay, I don't know if they were thinking that with that one. Love Mama.
And finally, Tony.
Alright, Tony.
Dear Jeff, everything's really going great here. Wish I could have gone with you on your adventure, even just part of the way. Instead, I'm sitting here waiting for you in Winters. I want to see you again as soon as possible. I can't wait to see your cheerful face.
Mm-hmm.
Bet your glasses are dirty. If you come back, I'll clean them for you.
Mm-hmm.
Like I said, I'm waiting for you. Tony.
It's so beautiful, I gotta say. Fine, sorry, the best on Twitch is to see this. And we do as well. Honestly, I'll tell you, this is absolutely beautiful thing to see. And maybe it's also me personally just looking at this, the idea of, maybe it's just the case that a lot of, as I've been growing older, it's that case that I've kind of appreciated a lot of the experiences, a lot of the journeys I've had with the people I know in my life, the people I've gotten to know as far as people in the chat, as far as it. So it's one of those things that looking at this, it does hit me differently now, even though it did when we saw this first a year ago. Fine, I keep saying you did. You didn't see this first year ago. You saw this years and years before I did. Which is that experience. But see, I attached that way. Like, that's one of the memories I'm always going to hold on to for EarthBound. And now, our play. Also, one other thing, I'm trying to remember, are there other photographs to get before we do what we need to do?
Well, the last one, they give it to you automatically.
Okay.
It's when we landed in Saturn Valley. So we'll see that at the end during the credits.
Okay, I'm just wondering. I didn't know if like there's not anything we missed as far as that was there.
No, we got them all.
Okay.
All right, so we're back in Tucson.
Okay.
We'll take Paula home.
Thank you for taking me back. It's been so long.
Okay. And you have this nice song that plays throughout every single area of the game.
It's wonderful. Oh my god, it's terrific. Maybe that's also where this emotional pull comes from. You know?
Yep.
Almost this nostalgic perspective of the experience you've had, but also all the people that you've had along with you on the journey. And I guess that idea of almost the life goes on mentality.
Yep.
In some ways. And we're gonna walk down again. No more enemies, because remember, it was Gaius' influence that was causing the enemies to go weird.
Yep.
We just walk home. Actually, here's one other question. Can you feasibly go anywhere from here while you're in this state?
Yeah, you can go to any area.
Mm-hmm.
You could teleport. You could go. Yeah, you could visit any area and just explore if you want.
Okay.
Alright, so finally we can return home.
Yeah, job well done. More than well done, absolutely. become so strong, such a strong young man. If only one album went by, I want to live with you when you're all set. So you mentioned then, are the dogs figured out? But I know you guys saved the world. Yeah, that is our dog. Yeah, so you basically say like, hey, if you, as you mentioned, you can go wherever you want, talk to anybody.
Yep.
And when you're set, say yes. So let's tell her what her experiences were. Well, it's a long story. I get this great remix of Pollyanna. It is Pollyanna, yeah, here, right?
Yeah.
Okay, I just want to make sure I have the name right. Alright. Great job,
Here we go.
96. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
That is EarthBound for the Super Nintendo, ladies and gentlemen. We are not done with the game, but we've got more going on as we see the character roll call of the Minch family, of Pokey, Lysis, Picky, and Lard. Good old Buzz. We miss you so. There he is. Everybody we met.
Yep.
But there's incredible music as far as the credits. This one I know has an element. It's called Smile and Tears. It has been said to have a similarity to Mind Games by John Lennon, from what I've read.
Smiles and Tears. I think that's the next song that plays.
Oh, it's not? So then what's this?
This is like a variation on the Runaway 5
Okay.
theme song.
Fine, okay, the next song as far as that. See, that's why he's the expert, I'm not. I just take the notes. That's the whole idea. Like, there is the Runaway 5 right there. They're there with their nice tour bus. I've seen a little more as we go along tonight.
Good old Tessie.
Yep. I don't think we're gonna need that now, so don't worry, Dr. Andrew Nuts. I'll find he'll figure something to do with it specifically. Venus again was like, yeah, sorry, she's, either not is taken or now's not the time, one of the three, I don't know. There you go, as mentioned with Pooh the Star Master and Master of Pooh specifically. And I love seeing this. I mean, as I said, it does really take you back, specifically as far as all the experiences you had, and kind of reminds you, like, hey, you know, they went to the trouble of kind of giving every character in this game an identity to this degree, and the fact that you're still kind of remembering them, and you're like looking back and saying, oh yeah, remember this, remember that?
Yep.
It's wonderful. Like, there's the woman that you used the sign to. She's like, I don't want to buy things this way. That's the other thing. It also is like, what are the experiences I have? There is the guy with the mask who we sort of crashed the game with as far as hitting him appear. But of course, yeah, Nesta's family.
Good old Dad.
Yeah, Dad the Phone King, Tracy, Mom, and of course, yes, there you go. Smile, everybody, say Fuzzy Pickles.
And here's Smiles and Tears.
Okay, this is it. A beautiful ending
Great
theme.
song.
And also all the pictures you got, and as you've gone through the game, when you get those pictures from the photographer or the cameraman, they appear here during the credits.
Yep.
And I guess they take of what
There
they take of the time when they took the picture.
Yep.
So okay, so fine. When they were down on the field, they're there, so it's dynamic as far as certain cases of itself.
Yeah, depending on which party members you have or who's alive.
It's incredible. I don't know if I picked that up when I first saw this specifically. That's one other thing quickly, because it is a long intro, but it's a wonderful intro. There, of course, Marcus Lindblom, who did the translation, as well as Masayuki Miura, who was involved, I guess, with the Japanese version, and I guess the element of going this, and a little bit with Dan Elson, but specifically that as well. So yeah, that is EarthBound, everybody. We got more going because we're going to show off some stuff with Mother 2, because we're 30 years of Mother 2 this year now. And we'll also show off Sword of Kings, because we have to show that, because we got it. And also the elements of the Japanese version, as I mentioned, and also the speedrun case. But
Yep.
Alright, so how do you want to handle, because this is going to be a unique one as far as how we're doing finale. Next month is going to be another show for this, where he's going to 100% speedrun the whole game. Tonight he's going to speedrun any percent as it is, as the last thing we do. But how do you want to handle final thoughts on this one?
Well, I'm just grateful that you had me on your show here to share this game.
Of course, anytime.
It's an important game to me, and I hope everyone enjoyed watching it and experiencing it with us.
Absolutely. And if I'm in that case, then I guess if we're doing our final thoughts now, it's like, what else do you want to give the audience at home as far as the last push, as far as more on why this game means everything, I think, to you? Clearly, you've shown it. You've said it. I don't think there's any doubt in anybody's mind when this game's saying, I've said this before, I'll say it again, there's Gemini 96 up there on the screen. And that's usually why I always like, hey, what do you want to do? Why are you even going to ask people to call dibs for playing something? Experience it, like, tell your story. It's not just my case of saying, hey, I want to show something myself. I would not, look, if I was going to handle EarthBound, I would practice like crazy to make sure I get it right, but I know also that I could not do it as well as you did, because you have that experience. This is your story as a gamer, and feasibly as a human being, honestly, more than even that. It transcends that. So I said, it's all your way as far as what this is, and yeah, feel free to go into more as far as like your final sell on this as well.
Yeah, it's just a great story. It's great characters. You know, just the whole way through, you're always just, you want to see what happens next, and it's just a great experience all around. Gameplay, the music is great. It's a wonderful experience.
I absolutely agree. And as far as my thoughts, I want to thank you, Gemini 96, for this one in particular. As I mentioned, I didn't know until they dropped this on Switch Online as it was that this is a game that means so much to you. And I found that, and as I was watching it, as we did our practice as far as the prep for the show, I saw that and I realized, okay, of course you're going to be welcome to come on the show, no question as far as that. But I said, I know I have a duty to make sure that he gets to show this game the way that means the most to him as far as how he wants to present it, and also that case that I do want to give that justice. And honestly, you gave me the gift of understanding not only why this game means so much to you, but I think why this game means so much to so many other people. I know of multiple people in my life. I know, actually, St. Aspartame, whose birthday it is today, he told me about this game years and years ago, but it was not easily available at the time. It was still only on the Super Nintendo and then on the Game Boy Advance in Japan. So, like, yeah, where is it? Could we get another version? Even with the question of the Wii version, which we never got. But the ESRB did rate the Wii version, despite the fact it never came out here. But, so I got that, but it was honestly with you that I got this first opportunity to really kind of soak in it. Even though I bought this on Wii U Virtual Console, it's one of those things that I bought it, I think, because I wanted to make sure I had this. But also the case that I don't know if I gave as much time as I should have. You gave me that push as far as saying why this game is important. It's also the reason why will I maybe get into a game more, is somebody will vouch for it and say that this game is something that means so much. And again, everything he said is right. It's a game that is absolutely beautiful in terms of how it looks, how it sounds. Of course, the fact thanking the players, as far as your player name is right here. its unique stuff as far as its battle system, as far as a lot of stuff that it does with the RPG genre. It is a game that maybe people have thought it's been sold so much as far as over the years, could it really live up to the hype? I think it does. I really do. And I think it is a very special gaming experience that is absolutely worth taking. If you have not taken it, it's worth pointing out. It is on the Super Nintendo, where it costs about $300-400 because people want to have this. And it's a game, as we mentioned, did not sell massively, but it's also a game I think that was insanely ahead of its time.
Yeah.
And it really impressed me just seeing that specifically, as far as it even seeing the ending of it last year myself. It is also, I think we have something else going on pod, is that right here?
Yes.
Okay, yeah, let's show this and I'll finish my element to that, and then we'll do the other stuff we got going on tonight.
Alright, so we've got one final scene.
And Chad, feel free to tell us other stuff you have as far as your thoughts on this as well. It's like, we have final thoughts as far as us on the show, but all of you as well. The floor is yours. But yeah, it's late at night. Who's at the door?
Let's see. And it's Picky this time.
Aye.
A letter arrived from my brother Pokey addressed to Ness. There's no
Okay.
stamp and it's not time for the mailman to come. Anyway, I brought it over. It says, "Come and get me, loser." Spankety spankety, I wonder where he is.
Okay.
Alright, so if you want to find out where Pokey is, have to play Mother 3.
Yeah, if Nintendo doesn't release that here, we're hoping maybe they will for the 30th anniversary of Mother 2. We have the way to show it. He has the way to show it.
Yep.
It is all his. There's no way in hell I'm going to ever say to anybody, like, no, somebody else should do that. It's Gemini 96. He owns this franchise as far as this case of the game, which was on the Game Boy Advance,
Right.
which is one of the other ways that this game is available as far as EarthBound original, but it's in Japan. So in that case, you do that, get a fan translation, or do what I did for the purpose of the prep for the Japanese show-off, as far as we're going to have with that. It was also on the Wii U's Virtual Console and the new 3DS's Virtual Console. You cannot buy it either of those places anymore, but you have a Nintendo Switch Online account. Your $20 a year will pay for the Super Nintendo side of it. You can play this game. You can go do it right now if you have a Switch, and I would recommend you do that. And it goes without saying that Gemini 96 thinks you should as well if you haven't, or revisit it if you haven't gone back to it in a while, especially now that we're 30 years.
Yep.
Okay, so now that we are at the end of the game, as far as what else we got to show, we're going to show off... okay, here's a question to this. What do you want to show first? What do you want to do first?
You want to go to Mother 2?
Sure. Okay, first thing, do you want to show off... there's nothing weird as far as the save state that would be impacted by us loading up the Sword of Kings, is there?
No, we can load that now.
Okay. Because I guess... Well, actually, wait a second. I don't know. Wait, you saved in-game, right? Before we fought guy, I guess. Okay,
yeah.
But fine, before you load this, I'll explain that, because remember, on part 2, me like an idiot said, hey, I was wanting to get maybe another Sword of Kings, but I realized, wait a second, it got rid of those files. By the way, I want to thank you for understanding that and for being as forgiving as that, because look,
of course.
I know that was something like, I felt horrible when I did that. I was like, wait a second, I didn't mean to do that, but if nothing else, I was also explaining something as far as the Switch's case of this, and I also went back on the Wii U version, see how's the Wii U version do it. It does do it the same way, but it's kind of hard to do it because on the Wii U, you only have one restore point for it. So actually, I had to set up... The way I did this, I think I set up 2 other files on the Wii U version. And I basically... I'm trying to remember how I did this, but I had to kind of manipulate it in order to do this specifically, to do what I did feasibly easily with this by accident. But point is that when it comes to the save slots here, if you save to a file and then you load an earlier one and then you hit reset there, it takes what was in the memory from the earlier save slot and overwrites that.
Yeah.
So, for example, the top 2 slots we have, which were we ended last month, if we were to load up the one from 10.7 over there, as far as how it was when we first started this, it would be in the state that it was before we started playing that. Actually, when we did the audio test, which when we got the Sword of Kings, and it would overwrite what we had there, and it would also overwrite the save files on the cartridge, or how that would run on the cartridge, because we're basically looking at the state of that. And one other thing I don't know if I mentioned before we do this, and also when that happened, I thought, hey, I'll do a backup as far as the Switch stuff, but There's something weird with the dates that happened as far as that one, where the Super Nintendo app didn't back up hadn't backed up since 2020. I looked into it later and figured out what that was, because it said, hey, you can revert to that. If you have done that feasibly, you can revert to that, which is, by the way, a reversion of the entirety of the Switch Online app you're running, whether it's Super Nintendo or the other ones that the Switch offers. So in that case, I just want to give an explanation of that, because as mentioned on the part 1 before we did it, he came in, first audio test, first time you're ever on camera and on, voice on the show.
Yep.
We got Sword of Kings. So, I think we should show what we got and indicate that, and remind everybody out there, what do you have to do in order to get this?
All right, so here we go. In this area that I'm about to load, so this is the Stonehenge Starman base, and in this area, there is an enemy called the Starman Super.
Yep.
And he has a 1 in 128 chance of dropping the Sword of Kings right here. So we got this on when we were doing the test on the first part. We got this on the first Starman Super we encountered.
I still can't believe that happened. That was unbelievable.
It was pretty crazy.
But with that, as you mentioned, fine. He's named Kato. The reason he's named Kato is when we did our practice for this, I was going between the names, the default names they give. I, for some reason, thought Kato was his canonical name, because I didn't know enough about this the way you did. And you were smart. You were, I guess, nice, specifically keeping quiet. It's like, by the way, his name is Pooh, goddammit. It's like, nothing like that. But it's like, that's the reason he's named that way as far as this file. But, as he mentioned, if you're able to get that...
So this is the only weapon that Pooh can equip.
Yep.
It increases his offense by 30 points.
Yes, it does.
And so there you go.
Yeah, so it is insanely hard. You have to kind of farm this. It's kind of like some of the other weapons. We got a instant kill, and the reason we got that is because we had the KC bat. That was what we used to do this, which, as we mentioned before, you want to do that. Run the KC bat, because as long as you're running a high enough attack, yes, and speed. Because speed based on how quickly you can outrun them, and the attack, if it's strong enough, it'll be an instant win like that.
Yeah.
Basically, it'll cut down the time that you need to fight, because otherwise you have to go into a fight, you'd have to feasibly risk other enemies appearing, you'd have to risk other enemy types being on screen, because remember, the Starman Super, the gold one over there, that drops that. But as you said, it's the remind me again, it's the way that the item determination on each of the enemies is. Yes.
Yeah. So in a case like this, this is not a very good battle, just for the purposes of trying to get the Sword of Kings, because at this point, the potential item that you could get is already set. So at the start of a battle, the game selects one enemy, and it runs the probability of whatever item that enemy could drop.
Okay.
So so this is actually the worst case scenario, where you have, first you have to get through the chance of the game selecting the Starman Super, and then you have to get the chance of him actually dropping it. So in this case, it could have selected the robot or the regular Starman. In that case, there would be absolutely no chance of getting the Sword of Kings here.
Right. So, and I guess it's because it's fine. It's going to be a 1-3 as far as selecting the enemy.
Yeah.
But then it's a 128 chance on top of that.
Yeah.
I mean, you could feasibly get lucky doing it. You could get it.
Yeah.
That's not how we did it, but I mean, I'm going to assume there's people probably that had that happen. Actually, I don't know. How did you get this your first time playing this?
I just
did it.
Well, what I did when I first tried is I just used Jeff's spy ability. Because the spy ability, it will steal whatever item the enemy has, and it doesn't matter who you use it on. If an item is set to drop at the end of the battle, you will get it from Jeff's spy ability.
You get it instantly when you use that. When you use that.
Yes. In this case, they have nothing.
Right.
So at this point, like, if you don't want to waste your time, you could just run away, or just finish the fight, however you want to do it.
Yeah. So it goes without saying also this, which is, when we were prepping for this game, I said we should show this, number one. But I also said, Chasm22 was saying the same thing. He was saying, you do need to show this. But I said, okay, I tried to figure, like, let me grind this thing off screen, see what we can do as far as how it was. And I basically was talking to you, like, what do we do? How do we do this? I mean, also consider the preview when we start Super Mario Sunshine in 3 months, because he's been a godsend as far as the prep of that game. My God, I'm just gonna say that right now. Everything we've been preparing to run that game for 120 shines, that he's been at the forefront of a lot of it. Him, Council 22, as far as being our resident stress case, I guess, of saying, I didn't beat this game because of how stressful the stress would be. I was like, okay, on a level of Battletoads and, I don't know, whatever the least stressful game there is, possible is, whereas this falls, like, it's almost at the Battletoads level potentially, especially when I make mistakes and fall and die, of which we're going to show a lot of those as far as feasibly the run, but you're like, every answer I have, like, you know right away. Or you even went home after work and said, I'm going to test this stuff. And I've done some of that as well, but I remember I said specifically, he has the answer to a question I've been asking about that game for 20 years in regards to a bullet coin in Noki Bay. We'll get to that when we play it, because that's also going to feasibly determine whether we use the GameCube version, which I said a couple weeks ago we are going to use, but I'm also balancing between that and also how the Switch version in the Super Mario 3D All-Stars is. I'm still going back and forth on that, and I can use the GameCube controller for the Switch version if it has to come to that. But I still have to do a couple tests. I also want to check something with button lag, if there is one. I think there is on the Switch version, but I don't know if it's still there on the GameCube version. There might be, but I still have to test that as it is. But the point is that he knew exactly what we're doing on EarthBound for this, with everything with this. Same with Mario Sunshine, and same with anything else feasibly that he has that background with. But not just him. It's been this collaborative development. Maybe that's the other thing. When you really think about this, for me, this play has been almost a documentary, honestly, of the idea of what you, Gemini 96, and everybody, as far as the people I've worked with, people I've collaborated with, as far as it's that kind of preparation for a game. Because usually it's the case, fine, I'll practice a game for like 15 months, for like Contra Hardcore, for example. But it's also the case that for that Super Mario Sunshine play that we're starting, it's been a case that I've been in Elements to do this for a while, but also the case that it's just been a case like, hey, what about this? Here's an idea. Why do you do it this way? I even asked, like, how should I do this? What should I be doing to kind of get the most, go 100% completely on this and do it the most efficient way? It's like, hey, I did it 120 shines way. You know how to do it. So I said, okay, what should I be doing? And also remembering the details, like, fine, I'm doing 100 coin missions. Where do I go for 100 coin missions? Like, here. It's like, what do I do to get maximum anything is made? Do this. Like, perfect. And so, there you go. It's that knowledge that, even though I played that game more than some of the other ones, I didn't actually remember that. So I appreciate that coming out of you and also out of everybody as it is. So, and same with EarthBound as it is.
Yeah, and this right here, this is the ideal scenario if you're going to grind for the Sword of Kings. So right here we have an instant win on this Starman Super, and you can tell it's Starman Super by the amount of experience you get, because it has the same sprite as the regular Starman in the field. So the Starman Super will give you 7,500 experience points. The regular Starman will only give you about 5,000. So just by singling them out like this and getting the instant kill, you can grind for it quickly like that.
And if you do see basically the idea of it dropped an item, you can basically go totally nuts like we did when it happened. As far, I'm glad we got that on camera. I'm so glad we got that on camera. I wouldn't necessarily mind if we didn't get it on camera. But the fact that we did, talk about we planned this show, I swear to God, that way. You, of course, if it was going to be anybody, it had to be you for this because of your love of this game. And yeah, somebody's watching down as far as us on that one. No question. Yeah, the Sword of Kings, it is quite a nice weapon, and it completes the look as far as Pooh, sorry. Fine, Pooh as far as it. Because, yeah, he doesn't have other weapons. He only has one item of each of the types. Yeah, you get that going, he's going to help out even more than he already has.
Alrighty.
Alright, so with that, I guess the deck is you want to show the Japanese version off then.
Sure.
Okay, in this case, yeah, you go over to the Super Famicom app I have there. As far as what it is. Also, there's Mario 3D All-Stars, so I'm practicing for that. There's the demo of Mario vs. Donkey Kong. Also over there is the Plumbers That Wear Ties Definitive Edition. And Chips Challenge, which, and Tetris Effect Connected. Another one as far as you, by the way, that I don't know if I did sort of thank you, I think, as far as the Tetris Effect Connected look. And we're going to do this game for sure, I promise. For sure, I just got to scope that. Oh, hi, Protorova. Getting ready for next week's show. Going through faster run of that to get a sense. Yeah, because... so good to see you tonight, Protorova, because he's going to be on the show next week. We're going way, way earlier next week, 1 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. We're back to EarthBound. We finished the game as far as the story, but we're showing some extra stuff. Yeah, I'm going to be going down there to help him with his copy of the game. I got the Data Doctor ready to go. as we're showing Mother 2 for Super Famicom, which came out, by the way, on, I have the date for the Japanese release, August 27th, 1994. Also, if you did want to show the intro as well, you can also do reset on that. Did it just pop up as far as the intro?
I think I might have skipped it.
That's fine, don't worry. It's the fourth one.
Yeah, because the title screen is also different.
And I can also tell as far as how I have the save set up for this. So yeah, this is the Japanese release of the game that you just saw. And thanks as far as that Proto Rover that way. I'm looking forward to next week's show. It's like we'll have that element going. So yeah, we got RPGs going concurrent for 3 weeks, as it is. Who knows? Feel free to hit us with this one, right. 96.
So here, the title says, Mother 2, Gygus Strikes Back.
Mm-hmm.
And our version says The War Against Gygus. So they changed that because we never got Mother 1. And so it wouldn't have made much sense to have this title here.
Mm-hmm. And the change in name, I guess, as far as that... If I change the name from Gygus to Gyeg, or is that not correct?
Yeah, I think they changed it to Gygus to make it sound more intimidating.
Okay.
Yeah, because in English it would have only been like one syllable, so they wanted it to be a bit longer.
Gotcha. That makes sense. Yeah, okay, so Proto's also going to what we got. I've saved spot for Weird Woods' battle without Alex running explosion stuff. Okay. Definitely looking forward to that as well for the purpose of what we got. Yeah, because that's another one we don't have a whole lot left to go. But it's it. The Crying Baby, which was on the thumbnail when I uploaded that the other day for it. It's like, yeah, we couldn't do it because the disc was scratched. Fine, skipping at that one point. It's like, I don't know if you ever, have you ever had an example of that, Gemini 96? We've had a game where its problems, I guess, with the disc scratch has gotten in your way and kind of has been something you remember for that as far as something, hey, this is a story I have to tell of this.
Yeah, I have a copy of The Legend of Zelda Collector's Edition on the GameCube, and I've had some issues with the game freezing. It might be due to a scratch on it.
Yeah, although it's worth pointing out, I think with that one, I think there's a warning that pops up when you play that saying that, hey, we couldn't emulate this game correctly. I don't know if it's that.
Oh, Majora's Mask, yes, you're right.
Oh, Majora's Mask, okay.
Yeah.
But I don't know. You're saying it's other parts of that collection, not just that.
Yeah, I think it was Ocarina and Majora's Mask that I had the issue with.
Okay. But, okay, I don't know if that's what it is, but fine, that's that idea.
Yeah, it might have been an issue with the emulation then.
I don't know, maybe not. Maybe it's a bit of both. Because, I remember hearing that about Majora's Mask. I mean, fine, we used Switch Online's version to play that as well for this. And I guess also a case of, like, hey, that collection, and then go back to, like, the Data Doctor thing as far as fixing discs. That's the one console, fine, two consoles with discs I've not tried that with, which is GameCube and PSP. Because of the tinier size discs, especially PSP, those things are tiny. You have to take them out of that plastic to run the UMDs for that one. Okay, to answer as far as the stuff with the saves, I put, the top one is the one I was running, but I also have save states down a couple places, because I know you specifically said you wanted to show the intro, which you did. You wanted to see the Runaway 5, so I went through Happy Happy Valley. And basically what I did, just to give you a sense of this, is that I literally had part 1 right up there, on the screen over there, watching you play it. It's like, let me just make sure I'm keeping an eye on this so I make sure I can get the decisions correct, only because my Japanese is not what it used to be. That's one of those I should come back to cases, but I want to make sure we had that set, and we had everything going. And I have save states that are going to everything you mentioned, which were... I'm trying to remember what they were, quickly. Also I even had to use an antidote to get through a fight. Yeah, because that goes back to the idea with Lunar, the idea of weapon cases. Let me just quickly grab some just to make sure, because I took down notes on what it was that you wanted for that. Because I did take that into account. Actually, as it was just the record of this, I did actually do that before we're gonna have this part last month, and I pulled up Pokemon Gen 9 as it was, because like, hey, pinch hitters, like if I have to change the schedule, don't worry. I appreciate you coming in the show as far as how it is. I set it a couple places. I set to the third slot, which is where the Runaway 5 is. I set to when Pokey meets you after you first see Paula in Happy Happy Valley, on the outskirts of that, as well as the fight with the boss battle there. And then the other thing I hit at the bottom was actually about the eraser, because when I was playing through this, I didn't know this. They show it differently, and I don't know. Do you know what that's about? Yeah. As I said, I put the save state down there too.
This is load, right?
Yeah, that's all.
Okay, yeah. So we can start with that one. This has something to do with a translation issue.
Okay.
So yeah, in Mother 2, instead of a pencil, we have an octopus.
Okay.
And yeah, I probably have the notes for it in the book here.
Also, by the way, I know you were going between mint and strawberry for flavors. So I said fine, mint. You want to show mint to some degree? We're showing mint this way.
Awesome.
No problem. Also, notice some little differences as far as the text. That's the other thing. We'll take a look at the Japanese version when we have access to it, which we do in this case. And before we go on as far as the speedrun case for the next part of this tonight, I will also explain how are you showing the Japanese version, how can you play it if you have a Switch Online account, and we'll go into it.
Okay, here we go.
Alright, hit us.
Okay, so the pencil... excuse me. The pencil statue almost didn't happen, but it remained an octopus statue until 3 weeks before EarthBound's release.
Okay.
It can even be spotted in the EarthBound Player's Guide and later previews of the game. Almost 20 years later, this giant statue made another appearance in Smash for Nintendo 3DS. Even though the pencil statue had become an iconic EarthBound image, this new statue remained an octopus in every regional release of the handheld Smash game. As a result, the surprise cameo was likely lost on many fans outside of Japan.
Well, that also goes to what you mentioned on the Runaway 5, because when you beat Super Smash Bros. On Nintendo 64, beat the main story mode with Ness, you get the Runaway 5 in the outfits they're in the Japanese version. They forgot to change them. So I guess it's kind of like that as far as that, but you're saying that in the Japanese version it's this, and in the US version they were going to have it as this, and then they changed it.
Yeah. And so then in Mother 2, the key item is known as the Octopus Erasing Machine, and in EarthBound this was localized as the Pencil Eraser, a machine that can instantly eradicate any pencil-shaped figure. Normally a pencil eraser refers to... Right, okay.
What is it?
So normally a pencil eraser refers to an eraser attached to the bottom of a pencil, but EarthBound's localization uses the term in a humorous new way.
Okay.
So I guess they changed it just to, make it more relatable.
I mean, I don't know. I guess the fact that you're using an eraser to get rid of a pencil.
Or just like so it's not so random. Instead of just having it like an octopus and an octopus erasing machine, you have a pencil and pencil eraser. It's, you know.
Okay, well, what do you think about that? This is the resident expert on this franchise. What do you think about that? I mean, here's the other question. Fine, I'll say one thing first, is that I don't know necessarily... Look, you could feasibly put that it's random charge any part of this game if you wanted to, but in all honesty, I don't necessarily... And this was before I had the erasers were pointed out, just to indicate that. I don't know necessarily if I have a problem either way, honestly. I mean, you could argue it's still random as far as, like, the idea of a pencil, but then the idea, like, it's the irony of, hey, it's a pencil, use the eraser to get rid of the pencil.
Right, yeah.
Instead of... I don't know what you think as far as
I think I do like the pencil better.
Why is that?
Yeah, just because of the whole thing where you have, you know, the pencil eraser. You know, so just like that connection there, I think makes it funnier.
Right. I can get that. Although then again, fine, you're saying... Did they say... Do you have an indication, by the way, of where that was thought as far as the Japanese release, why they said, hey, they want to have this?
I'm not sure.
I can see if there's an answer. I would think maybe there is, but I don't know. But I mean... I'm trying to think of some cultural perspective as far as that with Japan, perhaps, maybe? I don't know.
I know that there was some sort of cultural significance with the eraser statue, which appears later in the game.
Okay. And that's in both versions, yes?
Yeah. Game. So yeah, the eraser was something else in this version.
And by the way, he's the book he's looking over is in the link list. It's The Legends of Localization that we've indicated. I'll have another element of that when we edit. Because it's a great read. It's a fascinating read, and also something I like what you're saying. The idea that, hey, this detail is in the guide, but people want to, where was this? In fact, we actually had that happen with Lunar last week, where we've been referencing Working Design's official guide for that game. There's a line of dialogue for one thing we saw last time where they cut a line out saying, like, you're not my sister, you're a backstabbing bitch. And it's only in that guide. I've since looked, by the way, Protorova, as far as that we were talking about last time. I looked into that. I couldn't find anything as far as what it was. It's only in that guide, so I'm going to take it as... That was a line of dialogue that we didn't miss. It's a line of dialogue that's only in that guide that they made, and I guess they took it out before the game came out. As far as what that was. I had to put a picture of it also in the Part 7 of Lunar we did last week.
Okay, So in the Stonehenge base, there is an eraser statue. Now, in Mother 2, it's an iron statue of a Japanese Kokeshi doll, which shares no thematic connection with the giant octopus statues found elsewhere in the game, but the localizers changed the exotic doll statue into something more widely recognizable, a giant eraser. So in this way, the localizers were able to connect the statue with all the giant pencil statues under a common theme.
Okay, so you're right, because we had to go through that for it. So fine, as far as the way the story's going, it makes more sense. Was that something that happened at Althena's Shrine as far as what I was talking about Lunar? That was when we fought Facia, or no, when Facia was helping us, and we had to go forward specifically for it. When you go back, it's blocked by the invisible wall, you can talk to her that way. The line about the backstabbing bitch that was cut out was feasibly there, or was in the dialogue as they were talking, but it was not in the final game. So I think it's something that was only... I guess something they translated, but something they said fine as they went along. They feasibly didn't want to have it, I think. The fake sister that gives you the bromide. As far as the way the plot was going, no. As far as how she is, yeah, I can kind of get that way as well. As far as how that was. But in that case, it's fitting that it's coming up with EarthBound here as far as like, hey, change something with that, but then also our version sort of almost had this. And the only indication of it is within the guide that came with the game. So if you bought this game on Super Nintendo back in the day, you saw this. Or if you bought the Wii U version where they did give you a PDF of the player's guide. I don't remember if it's actually in the game when you load it. I thought it was, but I think when I booted up to check the thing with the save states after the last part we did, I don't remember if it was indicated differently that way. But yeah, like I said, I just showed that as well. As far as the other stuff you want to show for this, there's those other save states as well, where that's the one that's for the Runaway 5.
Okay.
Yeah, so here they are. We saw them before, and you can go in there. I do have the water bills. I did make sure to get the water bills.
Cool. Yeah, so the Runaway 5 are dressed in all black here.
Yep.
They changed that for EarthBound because they thought there would be too much of a similarity with the Blues Brothers.
Yes.
So to avoid any issues with that, they changed their outfits.
But as we mentioned also, Super Smash Bros. On Nintendo 64, they're in the ending screen that NES has.
Right, yeah. And in, in Melee, there's a scene, like when NES is introduced, you can see the Runaway 5 in the background and they're in all black.
Oh, really? So they kept that in more than just that version.
Yeah.
So it's interesting. I'm noticing the theme here of the Super Smash Bros. Games you mentioned. If I mentioned Nintendo 64, I mentioned Super Smash Bros. Melee and GameCube, and Super Smash Bros. For Nintendo 3DS. That is the actual name of it. Where they're holding over details from Mother 2 that, honestly, I didn't really even think that specifically at the time because I hadn't played it, or fine, I played that or EarthBound as is. But that case, fine, they're still kind of holding to it, and then when they translate it, they forgot to take that as it was. And also, this is also my time to talk about Blues Brothers, because as part of the preparation for the show, a couple months ago, I watched the movie. It was over there, I had the DVD of it. Have you ever seen the movie?
I have not.
Chad, have you seen The Blues Brothers from 1980? Is a classic comedy from, let me get the DVD just so I have a little more of an indication of it. Starring the late, great John Belushi and Dan Aykroyd as Elwood and Jake Blues, who, in this classic from director John Landis, co-wrote it with Dan Aykroyd. Jake gets out of jail, and they're feasibly members of, kind of connected with Faith, because they're like a big soul music. And they're gonna get money to try and stop the orphanage from being closed. No, sort of the orphanage as far as that. And they kind of are almost on a little bit of a crime spree to get this big show going on as far as a jazz thing. It is hilarious and really interesting as far as what is, and the music's amazing. And there's also a massive amount of cameos with people I was looking at like, wait, is that actually who these are? They're very famous people in the music industry. Like, I didn't even know. It's like they're singing a song from someone very famous. Like, wait, that actually was them that way. It's also a movie where, talk about something that you don't see nowadays and probably couldn't. You know how nowadays when it comes to like big action stuff, they'll usually CG because it's something they can control massively or something like that, or maybe it might be cheaper, I guess, than going somewhere and, I don't know, driving a car through a mall and you're literally seeing everything destroyed I mean, I was looking at that. It's like, if you're someone who's like, you don't like things destroyed, you're looking like, it's almost like a horror movie in a weird way. But it's also absolutely hilarious. You're like, they're going into a Toys R Us that's in a mall. There's all these toys that get crushed on the ground. Like, part of a building blows up, and you're seeing that go. They actually blew the damn buildings up. And it's also something that's unexpected as far as how it happens. It also creates this great sense of tension as it's kind of going along, while also being really funny, but also something that is also very intriguing character study with great music. And a great love of blues music, and gospel music in particular. So, that's fine. When I heard like hits or nods, that's like, fine, I gotta watch this movie, which, by the way, the reason I have the DVD is again, mentioned again, because of St. Aspartame. He gave me a bunch of his DVDs. And happy birthday to my friend, and also happy birthday to the Crusader 64 as well.
Happy birthday.
He got his gift of Chaos Wars for the PlayStation 2, and I was showing him, I was like, fine, I brought my PlayStation 2 in for our lunch break period. He's like, yeah, you should sample some of this game's Shakespearean dialogue. There's not exactly, and the hilariously bad voice acting, but that's the idea. As we're at the Chaos Theater with the Tanzura brothers, which is what they're known as for Japan.
Yep.
Yes. And you can also go in if you want to watch the show feasibly.
Oh,
no. Oh, wait, I must have made a call to somebody.
Did you order a pizza?
Yes, you're right. I did order pizza. Okay. So, I forgot I did that.
Well, you know what? Here, we'll have some pizza and then we'll go see the show.
Okay. All right, pizza to show. There you go.
There you go.
Okay.
All right.
Actually, no, that's what happened, because I ordered the pizza. I was walking around, I was like, where the hell is my damn pizza? I was like, fine, I gave him the water bills as it was.
All right, very nice.
There you go. Because I think I gave him the water bills. Did I? It's in there somewhere. But you're probably, okay, you're able to tell. Okay, good. I said, I watched as far as what it was for the show. I was like, yeah, because at least we have the look of the not Blues Brothers, or the Tanzura, what was it?
Tanzura?
Tanzura Brothers, thank you.
I think they look cooler in the black outfits.
It looks nice.
Yeah, they look really cool because they're all like in uniform.
Yeah, I mean, I guess here's the question. Do you necessarily think that people would have noticed, or would it have been a case where they said, like, oh, it's too summer? Fine. You're looking at the cover of the DVD of the movie right now. I would picture the cover of the DVD of the movie. This is how you feasibly want to run it.
Yeah.
As far as that idea. But I don't know. Is it too similar, you think?
Yeah. I mean, I don't know if I would have noticed, because I'm really not that familiar with them, the Blues Brothers anyway. But I can see how someone would, say, okay, this is pretty close.
I mean, maybe it's also this other context. Also, pizza for the next show. Maybe, Proto, that might be an idea as far as it. But, to quickly go, this is we're going to have the show. I almost wonder if they're also questioning, because at the time, Titus made games based on the Blues Brothers on the Game Boy, the Super Nintendo, and later Blues Brothers 2000 on Nintendo 64, which is feasibly the only way we'd ever be able to play Aretha Franklin music without getting a copyright strike, because it's so mitified. But point is that they had the license at the time, so maybe Nintendo was thinking, I don't know, are we gonna get into a case like that? Maybe. I mean, I don't know. It seemed like they had a good relationship with Titus when it came to stuff that came on their console, but I don't know. Yeah, look at that. Actually, yeah, I don't think I don't think they had the name over the marquee in. Fine, they didn't have that saying it that way.
Yeah, I think it's there.
Okay.
The 105 sign. Yeah.
Oh, you're right. No, you're right. Although, honestly, this is a lot like the movie as it is, so it's interesting watching this again after having seen the film. If you have not seen the Blues Brothers, I'd highly recommend it. And as I said, there also is a sequel movie, which is Blues Brothers 2000, which we've seen is not that great. And unfortunately, because John Belushi had unfortunately unfortunately left us because of his addictions, as it was, he was not in it specifically. Yeah, if you want to see the idea of also complete, I guess, dedication to, your aspects of comedy, that's another case of it. And then the other two I have here, I have the, what is it? I have the Happy Valley people, because, like, the question of, like, what's the look of that, so we take a look at that. Also pull up the other notes I had, as far as when you said, hey, what is it that you wanted for this? Which immediately, it was less than I thought. I would have thought, hey, different things aside from the Runaway 5 and the name of the game. Alright, because this is what the Happy cultists look like in this version.
So you can see here they have HH written on their hats,
Right.
and there's no pom-pom at the end. So they changed it because they thought that the H's would look like K's.
Okay.
And so it would be, like they thought it would be too similar to KKK.
And
so they just removed it.
There's also one that I don't think you mentioned. We haven't mentioned on the show yet, and one actually I didn't know. He's like, "Hey, I'm gonna go to 3." He's like, "Wait, no, it's 3." And then he's like, "No, it's 3." And then
Right, yeah.
the Crusader 64 is like, "No, it's 3." He's like, "Wait, hold on, what did I miss?"
Yeah.
What did I miss then in that case?
Yeah. So they in the town of Threed it's called Threek with a K at the end in this game, and for the same reason they changed it because it's because of the connotation to 3 Ks.
I guess so. I mean, fine. That's a little more of a thing than this. I mean, although then again, also when we're looking at this, I also put up the picture of what they looked like in the U.S. version. Or I get where they changed it for sure, but it is kind of subtle because at first I said, wait a second. Before I played this, and when we were starting to talk about this, you mentioned some of these differences that went on with this. I said, okay, they totally changed the look of it completely.
Yeah.
And I realized they didn't quite. It was just kind of some other details, which makes sense as far as how to do that, and why to do that. But also the case of localizing of a game. Certain things will be different to certain cultures than other cases. Even like the idea, I believe it was one of the Mario tennis games where Luigi does like the shape of his thumb and his finger, his thumb, and the shape of an L on his forehead. They cut that out for other regions because it's seen as an obscene gesture.
Okay.
I believe. I don't remember which one it was as far as one of the Mario tennis games. I think it was either Aces or it was Ultra Smash, which Ultra Smash was the Wii U game and Aces was the Switch game. It was one of those, but I think it kind of came up either they cut it out or I think they patched it out or something. I think they cut it out. I think that was what it was. Or it's like the Legend of Zelda Ocarina of Time case where, aside from the very first revisions of the game before it released, basically the copies that came out on launch day and the gold cartridge versions, they had aspects that were changed as far as sort of their symbols and also the music in the Fire Temple where there was a Muslim chant as far as something that was part of sound bank that they used as far as the music. When we played that game, we played it because I have the gold cartridge version.
Yeah.
But the case that after that they did a revision, because it wasn't the case like people complained, it was the case that they made it and then they localized it for Europe, I think the month after that, and they said, okay, for this, we changed some of the symbols, they changed like the crescent moon as far as what that was.
Yeah.
And that was what it was. So it wasn't necessarily I guess a complaint that came to it or anything. As it was. But sometimes that can be a fascinating thing as far as it. Although we still have the crow sunglasses.
Yep.
I guess did he always have the bow tie?
That's a good question. I don't know. He might have it in EarthBound.
There'll be pictures we're looking at this, so we get a sense of, is he maybe more spiffily dressed in the Japanese version? That way it was like, talk about getting cool for your crows, but still something that is neat to see that.
There you go.
You're also getting the great music as far as the great percussion.
Yeah.
And
finally,
only... I guess this boss, I did have the Franklin badge equipped here, it's worth pointing out. Fine, because you have to. It's also one of those things I was watching the play as far as yours on the video there. As I went, it's like, wait a second, I didn't get the Franco badge, I have to go back and get it. So it's one of those things as well. So that was also my case of me understanding how this was going. In fact, we'll see this being fought in Japanese as well. I mean, I think he looks the same. I don't know if that's changed either.
Yeah, he looks the same.
Okay. There you go. Even in Japanese, you still got it, and you win. You're seeing the text a little different as far as how it is, also the way they font it, which is a fascinating thing, but mostly the same. And also, I think I asked at one point, hey, is there more dialogue for certain things? I did time that, the case of Buzz at the beginning of the game. I said, was there more text coming off of him? And the answer was no, there wasn't. I thought there was, or there's a second selection that you had to make, but no, it was just the one.
Yeah, text scrolls much faster in this game, in this version.
And that's it. And I think they still have, the fast text speed anyway. I think. So, fine, it scrolls faster, and it also is faster in itself because of the fact that
I noticed here, when you load the menu, it instantly appears. In EarthBound, it takes a second. If you had this many items in your inventory in EarthBound, you can noticeably see that it takes a second to load, but here it's instant.
Do you know why that is?
I'm not sure. I mean, because it's just. I mean, the characters are different, but I don't know why that would cause it to print slower.
Do you think? I don't know. Anybody in the chat maybe has an answer to this. Do you think? Because, okay, I don't know inherently what the hardware differences are between the Super Nintendo and what it was known as in Japan, which is the Super Famicom. And the reason I mention that is because, as far as the NES side of Switch Online and the Famicom stuff, it's worth pointing out that the ports, or the versions of The Legend of Zelda and Metroid 1 that are up there, for Japan, they're the Famicom Disk System versions. Mm-hmm. Which means that they have loading as far as how they go in terms of when the game boots up, so it's a little longer. So it's kind of the opposite, I guess, as far as how EarthBound is for US compared to Mother 2 for Japan. And also that means in Metroid 1's case, it means you have the save feature, because it didn't have a save feature when it came to us. Mm-hmm. They took it out. And then with Zelda, they basically said, fine, we're going to put the save feature in, but they had to kind of program it differently. And actually for both those games, because it is the Famicom Disk System version, you do get the music sounding a little different than you might be familiar to it on the NES, which I didn't know actually until those came up. I was like, let me take a look at Zelda original on this. I was like, there's kind of a sound to it about how it sounds a bit different that was kind of unique, and it was something that kind of took me aback. But I mean, fine, but I know in that case there's a hardware difference, because the Famicom Disk System was disc-based per its name, yep. Whereas the NES and the Famicom were cartridge-based, and that part of it was mostly the same from what I understand. But with Super Famicom, I don't know. And I think from what I understand also when it came to, I don't think they're that dissimilar, although why then this version's like that and the US isn't. Fine, we're talking about this with Lunar in the sense that when they released Lunar over here, Working Designs goes in the manual as far as that in their translation notes. They always did, saying, hey, what do we do as far as the translation of game for certain things we change, including adding different things. In fact, Proto, one of those things, to go back to that from last week's show, we're talking about the save files. Just like, I have 15 save slots. There's 16 blocks on a PlayStation 1 memory card. I read their translation notes from the manual for Lunar on PlayStation, and they said, first off, it's a limit of 15 slots per memory card, or the way you have it each sector you have for that performance multi-memory card you have. But it's a maximum 15 slots, so you might have had something else as far as one of the blocks. So it's not like, hey, there's an extra thing you have a save of necessarily. But then they also added in the US version, they said, if you have a second memory card plugged in the second slot, you get 15 more slots, which the Japanese version did not have.
Yeah.
But I don't know about anything with EarthBound on that specifically, or Mother 2.
Yeah, I'm not sure. It's just strange, though, the way that happened.
But it also could be a fascination. You're like, some people might wonder, like, why necessarily show these? Well, first off, I said, do you want to show this? You said, yeah, I think we should show this, and because we can. But also the question of maybe bringing a new life to a game that you know, and seeing how it was released in other regions. Actually, I guess I'll ask you this question. Had you played Mother 2 as it was before, I guess, the Switch Online versions?
No. I've seen, people play it in speedruns and stuff, but I never actually played it.
And I'm going to assume that the reason they run speedrun, it's preferable maybe to do that on the Japanese version for exactly the reason you said, because of the fact that the way it was.
Faster text, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, they actually split them up into different categories because of the difference.
Okay.
So they have an EarthBound leaderboard and then a separate leaderboard for Mother 2.
Gotcha, which makes sense. And also, Proto, to go back to last week, one last thing. We're talking about what speedrun on The Legend of Dragoon looking like. The shortest speedrun I found, as far as any percent, was 2.5 hours. As far as an 100%, speedrun.com doesn't have one. So the only thing I found was, and I put this in the link list for that preview program we did last week, of one that ran for about a little under 15 hours to do 100%. That's a game that's really long. That's a game that can go about 65-something hours. And you've mentioned it before we played this last month, because you said, hey, the transformation element, there's an element of The Legend of Dragoon that does that. And you ever play that?
No.
It is on PlayStation 4 and 5. You can download it for $5, or $10, I should say. And they fixed the problem with the button response, because it's it's an active battle case going on like a Super Mario RPG. In fact, the battle designer directed the game. Super Mario RPG directed that game. It's a good one. It's a really interesting one as far as it for a lot of different reasons. We gave it a little bit of preview last week, but yeah, that was kind of the idea. Mm-hmm. Okay, so now
I think it's time for the any percent speed run.
Yeah, I'm also doing a fast run through of the Legend Dragoon as well. So Proto was saying. So all right, we're giving you a speed run question before you start.
Sure.
What version are you using?
Oh, we're gonna go with EarthBound.
EarthBound,
Yeah, I can't do it on the Japanese version.
That's fine. Also, the other thing I'm going to do is I'm going to feasibly keep myself silent on this one unless chat says stuff, or if I have to read out donations, feasibly. But however the case for it. So, what are you going to do specifically?
Okay, so I'm going to attempt an any percent speed run of EarthBound.
Okay.
And so, as you may know, any percent means just completing the game as fast as possible using any means you are able to, any glitches that you could feasibly use to skip parts of the game. Mm-hmm. So we will be taking what is currently known as the shortest route through the game.
Okay.
And the average length of this run is a little over an hour.
Okay.
The world record is about, I think, 50 minutes.
Okay.
So we'll figure like it'll probably take me maybe a little over an hour or so.
Okay.
And that's assuming I do everything correctly on the first try.
Okay.
But basically throughout this run, there are sections of the game where I will be manipulating the RNG to either prevent enemies from spawning or to manipulate certain fights to get through them as quickly as possible. And that starts, the first RNG manipulation section begins as soon as you start the run. And so there's a bit of preparation that I need to do here.
Okay, before you do that though, one thing, I'm about 10 hours in on disc 1, still on the Legend Dragoon for Protorova. Alright, well, that's a good case of that, so fitting we're having this discussion. I will also time as far as it tell me when to start and also tell me when we're approaching on time.
Sure.
I will specifically, I'm going to keep my mouth shut this way just because I said, hey, any explanation what you're doing, that's you. He's going to be talking for the next hour or so specifically. I'm going to keep myself set. Unless, as I said, if chat says something, or also, and then I just let me know as far as when time is, as far as to stop, and also when to start. I will time it. Actually, before I do that, I'm going to get my cell charger so I can make sure that I'm not going to have the damn thing die on me during this. Not that it's necessarily that low, it's 63%.
Before I start, I just need to take a quick break.
In fact, you do that. I'm gonna also see. Alright, I have another power strip. So, alright, this is gonna be a little bit of a breakage in play, as it is. Any overlays or anything? No, but what I will do is I'll have the time specifically set for this. I can, I'll tell you what I can do. I'll see if I can do something for the purpose of the edits. If I can do something for that. Also, I'm still here, as is he. He's getting ready. He needs to prepare himself. I'm also taking another power strip. I'm going to extend this out a little bit, just so I'll have enough space to get this going. Okay, fine. The power strip, I have everything set up for the show, is almost coming out. Like, Jesus Christ, that's not going to be good if that goes out. So fine, that's that one. This is a long power strip. Brought to you by Tripp-Lite. We did need to have a corporate sponsor tonight as well. Tripp-Lite, the power strip you're going to want to have to keep everything set and safe. And also Ghirardelli, because I have Ghirardelli squares here as well. Chocolate is oh so heavenly. I don't think that's their actual slogan. And then Poland Springs water, because that's what I got around the house. So, all right. Yeah, so we're going to get ready as far as this. This is definitely going to be exciting. I know people have asked, hey, when are you going to do speedruns of the show? Well, fine, we did one, sort of, with World of Illusion. I did it specifically as far as the Mickey Mouse portion of it. I also mentioned last week that I have a show, or weekend I'm not going to be able to do a show at all, even doing it early. So I will feasibly, I think, record speedruns specifically of games we played already. Stuff that's short enough in particular. And I'll kind of stitch them all together in one video that I'll actually upload to the YouTube site as an instant premiere at the 7 p.m. Eastern Standard Time show we normally have for Twitch. I'll get into that when we get to that specifically, but just want to make sure that I have everything plugged in, which I do, so then I can set this. And also, I don't know if I need to turn off the display on the phone for the purpose of the stopwatch, because that's what we're going to do. We're going to do... It's not necessarily a scientifically designed element as far as... The point is that, to answer your question, Proto, over this, if I can find... I'll think about this. If I can find a way to put that as far as the edit, I'll put that as far as the edit. So, yeah, I'll see as far as that element, because I mean, this is not necessarily that case. It's also worth pointing out one other thing, which is when Gemini 96 is all ready for this, before we start, to say this. Next month's show is going to be another speedrun, it's worth pointing out, which is going to be 100%. Specifically, that's going to be our finale of EarthBound. That's going to be next month at a date we'll figure on schedule. But yeah, tell me whatever you need to do prep, and also when you want me to start time.
Okay, so first, I need the first file to be clear.
Okay.
So I'll just delete this one here. Yeah, that should be fine. And this is our practice file, so I'll just copy this down here. And then delete this one.
Okay.
Alright, so first thing I'm going to do is set the text speed to fast. And from here, I'm going to reset the game so that it holds that memory of the fast text speed.
Okay.
That's not imperative for the speedrun. I just want the text to scroll. Well, I mean, it does. The text scrolling faster is beneficial, so
Okay.
even though it's a small difference, but
Gotcha.
we'll have that saved there. And so the reason I had to reset there is, at the moment you turn the game on, the RNG value is set to the same value every time you hard reset the game. And so in this section here, while I'm naming the characters, I need to make sure that I make exactly 20 movements with the cursor. And that will set me up on the correct RNG path that I need for this first section.
And it is worth pointing out that since since the Switch Online version is a straight emulation of the Super Nintendo, it works the same way, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Also, for Legend of Dragoon, it manages memory different from most games in that I copied files to one memory card and no breaks to another. I deleted a 120-hour file this way, but it gives me an excuse to go through it again. Indeed-o.
4, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19.
Tell me when we're ready to start.
And 20. Alright, that should be good. Actually, I do want to reset that one more time just to make sure of something.
Okay. Absolutely, yeah. Do what you gotta do.
I'm not sure if that last one counted. So I'll count down from 3.
Okay.
All right.
You do that.
3, 2, 1, go.
Well, it is all you, so
All right.
have at it.
Okay. So this first section here, the first manipulation section will run all the way up to the Starman Jr. fight. The main benefit of manipulating the RNG here will be to prevent spawns from appearing when we walk up to the meteorite, and then from there we'll be able to defeat the Starman in the fewest amount of turns. And so how I'm going to do that is by walking a specific path through the area, and also making certain specific inputs as I do that. And there will be moments where I just won't be able to talk because I'm just going to need to just focus on what I'm doing, because some of it gets pretty precise.
No problem. I will keep silent feasibly from here on out.
and everything affects the RNG, from the movements you make to the movements that the NPCs make, the movements, the cursor movements in the menus. Everything affects it. Alright, so here I'm hitting this trigger here. So talking to Pokey there is the event that needs to happen in order for the game to move to the next section. That's a problematic area there that I just passed walking behind those trees, because there are a couple of NPCs off screen that are loaded even though you can't see them, and sometimes they can mess with the manipulation if you're not quick enough. But it looks to be okay. That cop that I just passed, he walked up and then down, which lets me know that I'm still on the correct RNG path. So my sister should just walk up here. And after Pokey's dialogue, my mom should basically stay in the same spot, but she'll shift up a little. Yeah. Okay, here's where I'll start making some additional inputs to manipulate the enemies here so that they stay out of my way. Up between there. Okay, perfect. Alright, so after Buzz's speech, we will make a few more inputs so that we get on the right RNG value for the Starman fight. So we did an A-B there, and after I pass that area with that, it's near those NPCs that are loaded off screen, I'll do a few more inputs, and that'll put us in the right position. So here we're going to do one cursor movement to auto fight. And then we're going to cancel that when Buzz Buzz puts up the second shield. And then a B and a bash, and that'll finish the fight. So what we did there, we manipulated the RNG in such a way that the Starman did nothing except guard, which is the quickest action that he can do. And we also manipulated the damage that Buzz Buzz did so that he could defeat him in 2 turns. Alright. Yeah, so at this point, I'm done manipulating for now. We just need to get the Sound Stone and do a bit of preparation for the next manipulated segment. Alright, so from here we're going to make our way down into Southern Onet. We're going to pick up the Mr. Baseball cap, do a bit of shopping, and then we'll save in the hotel for the next manipulated segment. So this guy. What it is right there is called a stutter step. There are certain enemies in the game that only move when you do, and so by tapping the D-pad to a certain rhythm, you can walk past them without the game registering that you're moving, and so they won't move toward you. So we'll withdraw $50. Alright, so Mr. Baseball Cap is a good defensive item, but for the purpose of this, I will sell it. And we'll buy a cold remedy. And the T-ball bat. Alright, so we'll save here. Okay. And so I'm going to reset here to reset the RNG to the fixed value. And then we'll be able to manipulate further. And this one might take me a few tries. So what I'm trying to do here is load more enemies on the screen than the game can handle. And by doing that, it'll cause one of the barriers to the south to disappear. Let me just try this again. And just make sure I have the right setup for this. Left at the tree. Almost out of that time. Might be doing the A-B a little soon. That might be the issue there.
It sounds like it's insanely precise.
Yeah, it's the movement. There's certain tiles that you have to cross and RNG triggers that you have to cross on the map. And if you don't pass them in the right spot, it throws it off. So let's try moving a little over that way.
Also, if you're already setting, I will briefly mention anything as far as that. But yeah, in that case, I am giving him his full concentration as much. Because yeah, this is what you're gonna have to do feasibly to do this. Just to let you know.
Got it. So if you notice there, the barrier took the place of the truck.
Uh-huh.
And that's because there were too many sprites loaded on the screen.
Yeah, it seems insanely precise.
Okay, yeah, actually just... Okay, I kind of screwed it up there because I've got to avoid the enemies, but we can do it again.
Mm-hmm.
But I think I see what the issue was now. I think I wasn't waiting long enough at the fence. Because there's another... I believe it's that car that has to despawn. Yeah. So that was the issue there. I wasn't waiting long enough at the fence for that first car to despawn. And let's just be careful down here. Let's despawn these guys. 1, normally at this point in the game, you're at least level 10. So you don't want to fight anything. Just despawn, stutter step if you can. Mushroom. Okay. So next we're going to do some cliff skips, and in order to do that we're going to need some skip sandwiches. So we can buy a few from this guy down here. 38. Actually, I should have sold that back there, but that's fine. I'll just sell it over here. So we'll buy one more from this guy. Okay, perfect. Alright, now I will save here, not for RNG manipulation, but just in case I mess this up, I won't have to do the previous section over again. So we're gonna go right here and just try to squeeze into this little spot right there. Now from here we're gonna eat a skip sandwich, which will increase our speed, and we're gonna use that speed to clip through like that. Alright, and now for the next one, let's do it over here. Where I might actually have a better shot over here. still utilize that for this one. Oh, okay. Almost had it there. Yeah, without the... You can do the first... It's possible to do the first two without a sandwich, but you need it for that last one. This can be a bit finicky sometimes. Just gotta get in there. Got it. All right.
Congratulations.
Thank you. All right, so now we are able to go to Threed before rescuing Paula. So we just skipped Peaceful Rest Valley, we skipped Happy Happy Village, we skipped all that, and now we are in Threed. And this guy, of course, has to spawn here. This could be a problem, because we are at such a low level. Yeah, normally nothing spawns here, but we got extremely unlucky. Hopefully we can run. Ah, damn. Yeah, so we're gonna have to do that again.
Yeah, clearly this isn't easy, so I get that idea.
Yeah, that's a low spawn tile, but as you saw, it can happen. That was fast. That's alright. We don't want that guy getting in our way, so we'll despawn him. Another one. So now without running into any enemies, we just need to hit the graveyard trigger to make the lady spawn in front of the hotel. Avoid those guys. Careful here. Walk below that grave because there's a spawn trigger there. Okay. Just gonna inch over, make sure there's nothing there. Alright, so even though we didn't save Paula, at this point in the game expects you to have her in your party, and so at this part, the game, it just forces her into your party because, you know, she's supposed to be here. Okay, so in winters we need to do a few more, well, we don't have to do them, but there are 2 cliff skips that will skip the Brick Road area and the Pond Cave in between the boarding school and the Andernuts lab. And they are harder than the ones we just did in Tucson. So if it takes too long, we can just, you know, go through the area the normal way, but we'll see if I can do it here. So it's going through the normal events here, talking to Maxwell. So I'm going to get this equipment here, and we'll sell it so that we can buy some skip sandwiches for Jeff to use for the cliff skips. So we'll sell Holmes' hat, the pop gun, and the broken speaker. And I think yeah, we're gonna have to sell the bottle rocket. So I'll put another save down here. Alright, so first we need to get over to this area. Just despawn enemies when we have to. Stuck. Yeah, he's gone. Yeah, those crows can be unpredictable. You don't know if they're gonna shoot straight at you or fly the other direction. Okay, now we got this guy. Okay, coast is clear. So this is where we will be clipping through. So what I need to do before I use the skip sandwich is keep running up against this wall, and if you... Okay, so right here, I'm holding up, and I'm unable to move any further. That means I'm in the correct spot. And so now I'm going to eat a skip sandwich, and thankfully these are skip sandwich deluxe, which means they'll last longer, so we'll have a longer window to do this. And so I'm going to have to tap up and left quickly, but not too quickly, because I do want Jeff to slide against that wall. And when I do it at the speed that the skip sandwich will give me, I will eventually clip through if I do it correctly. There it is. Alright, so that's one. And as you can see here, we are at the end of the world. End of the map there. circle. Okay, and here's our spot for the second one. We need to do the same thing, but this time I need to get caught in such a way that right there. So right now I'm holding left and I'm unable to continue sliding down the wall, so I'm stuck in the right spot. So we'll do the same thing and try to clip through this one. Yeah, once the skip sandwich runs out, you gotta reset because you need the speed in order to get through.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's like a killer. It seems like a lot of this is random. Am I right about that?
Yeah, some of it is, but the part here with the skips, there's a certain rhythm that you have to tap. That you have to alternate pressing up and left to a certain rhythm so that you're gliding against the wall, but you need to do it quickly, but not too quickly, because you want to slide, but you also need it enough. You have to do it enough times to get through. So there's a bit of a rhythm to it. doing it too fast there, actually.
Is it a different speed between where the other one was?
Yeah, because that one there, like the wall that you need to slide on is a bit longer. So I think I need more space in between each button press. Despawn that guy. Yeah. Dude, get out of here. There it is. Alright. So we will talk to Aeonauts here. Alright. And next we have the longest RNG manipulation section in the game. Depending on... So if I do... Because the thing about this next part coming up, I have to manipulate the RNG for a very long time, and if I just make one mistake, I'm going to have to reset back to this point. So if I reach a point where I'm like almost through, I may just rewind and try again. I mean that'll invalidate the run. I wouldn't be able to submit this, but I do want to show the entire route because there are some cool things you can do here. But I'll try to do it just in one shot. Alright, so we talked to Aeonauts and we're going to save from this position here to set us up for when we reset. Okay, that was... okay, good.
Yeah, It's your choice, though. Because, yeah, this is a killer. Jesus Christ. I'm amazed at what you're doing just on this.
So we have to talk to him again to activate the Skyrunner. And then we go in. Alright. So basically what I'm going to do now is I'm going to go out of bounds and hit a certain amount of triggers that need to be that the game needs to recognize in order to finish the game. Because once you get out of bounds, like even though when I clipped through the skips I was, I guess, technically out of bounds there, but you could even get further out of bounds and basically just go to any single point in the map. And the way this game is laid out, every single area is connected on like the same plane. And so when you venture out of bounds, you can go to any area in the game. And so, but the thing is, you can't go straight to the Gygas fight, because if you don't if you don't trigger the events that have to happen, the game will just lock up during the fight. As the Skyrunner makes the second pass here, I'm going to watch a particular NPC, and depending on the movement he does, I'm going to have to change the inputs I do to stay on the correct RNG path. So this guy here, he walked left. Okay. So that should be that option there. Okay. Jeff, go up here, trigger this text, use the bad key machine. Now, if that is the correct one, okay, so that means I might have talked to Nuts too late. Try this again. So what was supposed to happen there, I was supposed to trigger a zombie to spawn, and then in that fight, you're supposed to put yourself in a critical condition with a cold. And when you have a cold, after you, or if you have any status ailment that takes HP away, there's a message that appears when you reach a critical condition. And if that text box appears when you're about to step onto a staircase, you are able to venture out of bounds. And so that's the setup that I'm trying to get here. walked down that time. Last time he walked left. So that this should be the correct one. Here we need 2 cursor movements. And an L on the stairs. And then A down B, A, B. A times 4. Perfect. Alright. So now we have this fight with a zombie and a ghost. So what we need to do here is make a specific amount of cursor movements to get ourselves in the right conditions. So we need 3 cursor movements to defend, bash, and a spy. So it'll be 1, 2, and 3 there. Bash and a spy. Okay. Secret herb, that'll be for later. Okay, we'll do 2 movements to auto fight. Cancel it immediately so that we can input a bash on the next turn. Here. And now if I time this correctly, there. That might have been a little late, but let's see if we can do it. We got it. Okay.
Good job.
There we go. Okay, now from here, we need to use a skip sandwich right there. So Soundstone, 1 movement there. Or I might have done that too soon. Okay, yeah, because, oh right, I didn't hit the trigger to Summers, that's right. Okay. I'll reset 1 more time. If I do make another mistake, I will start rewinding.
So what happened there? What was expected?
Right there, I clipped out of bounds, and at that point, you can walk to any area of the map. But, let me just do this. But the map won't load until you use the Soundstone, because the screen it won't load until the screen transition. And oh shit, I wasn't supposed to do that.
What happened? I don't even think we saw that when we played.
Yeah, if you don't press A there to start the Skyrunner, he tells you to press the A button.
Okay.
So yeah, the map won't load until the screen transitions, and the only way that means that we have to do that is to use the Soundstone. And after using the Soundstone, the map loads, but I didn't move far enough to the right because Summers is right next to that cave that we were in on the game's map, and so if you walk to the right far enough and then use the Soundstone, you'll be in Summers. So you just have to make sure you walk far enough to the right, and there is an audio cue there. The music will change. that time he walked right, so I'll just have to make an adjustment on the inputs in the cave here. I was too late, or yeah, I was too late there. Okay. Let me just roll that back. Once we get a door, the game will force us into the actual map. And no, that was not right. Oops. Okay, so here I need to time this as well so that I can clip out of bounds again. That might be it. Yeah. Then we'll go down this way. Okay, so here we are in Lumine Hall, and we'll load the area here. And this is one of the triggers that we have to hit in order to access the final fight. So that was the whole point of clipping out of bounds and getting to that area. And we'll just wait for the coal to finish us off here, and that'll put us back in the Threed Cave. And then we're gonna have to clip out of bounds again. Make sure I have the right path here. So skip sandwich, 2 movements, and soundstone, 1 movement. Okay. All times 3. This guy. We're going to do basically the same thing. We're going to manipulate ourselves into a critical condition. Beautiful. And Alright, so this time I don't have the ghost to use as a visual cue, so I'm just gonna have to feel this out. That might be too early. Okay, we got it. Cool. And what you want to do here is use the cold remedy so you don't die, because we need to get to Magicant now. So we're going to pass through a few areas. And after Dalam, we will be in the Flying Man house in Magicant. There it is. Alright, cool. So here we are at the end of the game. Do an AB there. Go up here. And then I believe this is an AA, or is it supposed to be on the other path? Let me make sure of that. Sounds still. Okay, it is supposed to be an AA. Okay, good. And hopefully I did that right. I think so. Yeah, so what I'm doing here is just manipulating, preventing spawns from appearing here. So we have the A up A. Walk left L as soon as you start sliding. Okay. Do an L right there. The A right there. So normally this place is just filled with enemies, and so we're just preventing everything here. Okay, let's actually go back here because I might have missed something. A up A at the last point. Two, and then do AA there. Up left, A times 2. That's actually supposed to be. Oops.
Also, tell me when it's good because we have a chat face specifically I can go into.
Oh yeah, sure.
Okay, fine. Break this. Midnight Dragon DXL, welcome to the show. Sorry to sound like an idiot, but how are Paul and Jeff's Ghost of You Magic Hit? Gemini 96, you want to explain?
Yeah, we are taking a bit of a different path through the game here. So what I've been doing here is I'm showing the any percent route for the any percent speed run. So what I did in order to get here with Paul and Jeff, I clipped out of bounds from the Threed Cave by putting myself in a critical condition. And what happens is when a text box appears when you're about to step onto a staircase, you are able to clip out of bounds. And because the entire game is laid out over one plane, we were able to just go to any area that we want. And for the purposes of this, we need to get to Magicant to trigger something. So yeah, I'm just trying to get that here.
Okay, that's neat. Yeah, well, by the way, Midnight Dragon DX, welcome to Super Bowl Game Saturday. I'm Captain D-Trag, as I said, that is Captain22, my man. He is a big fan of EarthBound. We're playing the game for the show. We played the main story tonight, but he is doing first of two speedruns. Our final one, or his final one, is going to be next month. We're showing off what this is working like, because... hi, and hi as well. Hi to you as well. Welcome to the show. This is what we do. We sometimes will go on Friday. We usually are a Saturday program, but our schedule can vary, and we tell you as far as how the schedule is. Because next week we're going at 1 p.m. as far as on Saturday, just to give a sense. So good to see you. Feel free to go into Memories on EarthBound as he's going through his elements of this, which is insanely specific. So, my God, you're doing an amazing job. And, hey, this is a hard thing to do. It seems like you have to be perfect in order to get some of this stuff running, and he clearly knows how it is. Feel free to go in aspects on EarthBound and anything else, including speedruns of games, because that can be fascinating. We are using Switch Online for the purpose of this, just as the indication. We are very glad to have you. Welcome to the show. Welcome to the Super Bowl Game Saturday family. As soon as you stop by chat, say hello to us. Yeah, you're with us now because this is this great journey of gaming that we do every week as a fully independent program. Where, yeah, only on this show we see the case of some of the stuff we're seeing. In my case, I'm being mostly quiet except for cases where there's chat discussion and also is like, hey, you know, if there's downtime.
Okay, that's what it was. It's too early.
Yeah, most of it's just gonna be him explaining what he's doing.
Okay, so we have made it to the Sea of Eden. We're gonna make our way past the Krakens. This should be pretty straightforward. It's not too complicated. Let's see. Alright, so we're gonna give the secret herb, and I believe we need 2 cursor movements here. Or was that the last one? We do need 2, okay. So you give it to Ness, 2 movements, use it on Paula, AA, left up, AB at the stalagmite. Okay. So 2, give to Ness, go back in, use it on Paula, AA, AB right about there. Alright. Up left at the dip. And when he moves down, start the fight. Okay. So that Kraken was moving down and to the right, which is right where I needed him to be.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so we're at Ness's Nightmare. We have 2 HP. We're level 2. But we can do this. I promise. Here's what we're gonna do. We are going to confuse this guy and make him kill himself with Flash Omega. And this is how we're going to do it. We're going to pray with Paula. That will cause everyone to feel strange, including Ness's Nightmare. More manipulation. Now we're going to use life up 6 times. Back out of that menu. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. AB. Bash. And there you go.
Oh my God, wow. I think I've seen someone do this on YouTube. So Midnight Dragon DX says, yeah, well, I don't know, have you ever seen it done live before? Oh my God, this is amazing.
Alright.
Okay, he fine. While he's going through this, as far as the level up, I don't know, I was having this big grin as you were saying that. I was like, what? I haven't even seen this degree of it, because I'm half and half the newbie of EarthBound. I mean, I played it a lot fully because of him, but also because of the fact that, fine, there are all these specific things about this game that, my God, it's amazing that you can do this. Like, hey, I get completely, it's like, the way you're doing this is just brilliant. Even though, like, hey, you know, I'm telling you, like, what's the fastest time on this, because I am timing it specifically just for the purpose of it. But the question that, it's something that I think everything has to align perfectly, it almost seems, in certain cases. Am I right about that?
Yeah, during the manipulated segments, you need to walk a very specific path to hit the correct triggers to advance the RNG to where you need it to be, and then you need to also make the correct inputs at the correct times so that the other pieces of the RNG line up with that.
Is that also, I guess as far as inputs, that will include just going through the, the level up, because, yeah, he's leveling up a lot if he was a level 2.
Even this text here, every single character affects the RNG. Every character of text.
Okay. Yeah, this is amazing. This is why we do what we do as far as I mentioned, we're an independent program as far as if you're new here, or if you're not, you know the idea that we'll do stuff like this. Like, yes, you've seen someone do this on YouTube. Well, technically, this show will also be on YouTube because we have a YouTube site that we upload the shows we do every week for it with edits. And also, I'll try and see if I can't figure something with the counter to show the timer. All right, back to the round. I'm just here to read out donations and stuff from the best channel on Twitch. That's the idea. Minute Dragon DX, welcome to the best channel on Twitch, because we absolutely are. Well, that's how you all are, I should say, as far as a program, and I thank you for that for sure.
Alright, so we have gained our levels, and now we're going to gain all the power from the sanctuaries, even though we didn't do a single one. But that's fine.
I do think it's hilarious, as Midnight Dragon DX is saying, hey, look how, Paul and Jeff are here. Because I've never seen this either, actually, just to indicate this. Wait, are they getting level ups too?
No, I think it's just those text boxes just appearing because technically they're in my party.
Gotcha.
But it's just Ness that's going to get the experience.
Okay.
Yeah, just Ness got it.
Okay.
So that whole segment there from Winters up until this point, that was what I consider the hardest part.
Mm-hmm. Clearly, there's no way in hell I could ever do this. Even with practice, I could never do this, so it is amazing what you're doing. You should be absolutely proud of yourself for being able to do this.
Thank you.
I like watching people do things like this because I don't have the patience to do this shit. It's hard, though, and I think that says a lot, honestly, about, because Gemini 96, as you mentioned, this is his favorite game of all time. Yes, am I right in saying that?
Yeah.
Yeah, clearly that's the idea. When you love a game so much, whatever it is, you'll feasibly go to this degree to do everything about it and have that full up. And all these places you never see. Yes, exactly. That is it.
And we got Pooh now.
Hi, he was like, wait, who are you? Fine, we know who he is as far as it. Okay, this is amazing. Mm-hmm. All the places and people. There you go. Oh, a teddy bear.
Yeah, that came with Paula.
Okay.
Yeah, Paula's holding a teddy bear when you first meet her. Alright, so we were here not too long ago at the beginning of the stream.
Mm-hmm.
So here we are again.
And into this we go. I love EarthBound. First time I played it was long ago. Is it on the Switch Online? Yes, it is. That is how you're showing it. It's worth pointing out. The Japanese version is also up there as Mother 2. I'll explain later how you can access that if you haven't, because it is legal. It's not a case of, hey, this is not something you're able to legally do. But yes, it is on Switch Online. That's how I knew he adored this game. That's who we're playing it. And yeah, if you haven't played it, or fine, you haven't played it in a while, absolutely worth it going back to it again. And if you haven't played it, play it. It's fantastic. And we're celebrating 30 years of the game this year, as far as Japan is concerned.
Okay. So I'm actually going to get rid of the teddy bear, because that will actually interfere with the manipulation later.
Okay.
In the Gygas fight, so we'll get rid of that. And what I have to do now is get the Saturn Valley teleport location, because right now, even though we're in Saturn Valley, we are unable to teleport here.
Really?
It's not in the menu. So the game only gives you that when you cross the trigger to enter Saturn Valley initially, which is right here. So now we have Saturn Valley in the teleport menu. Right there. And so now we can go to Onet and we'll be able to teleport right back here.
Alrighty.
And actually, I probably should actually go back and save really quick, because if I get into a single fight here, I will probably die because I'm at such a low level. So let's just save here.
Actually, what level? Do you know already what level you're at this point?
I'm at about 30.
Okay.
Yeah.
I mean, we were 70 when we did this a couple of hours ago. By the way, Midnight Dragon DX, since you just joined, is Darth Locust playing Pokemon Violet version. Yeah, we're on Switch Online, so my friends list of people are going to be up there. But yeah, if that's the case, we have the recording. It'll be available on Twitch when we are done with the show tonight. And that's that idea, and fun edited with, extra stuff in the week, certain things. I wish my dad would have paid me for beating up monsters. Yeah, I know, he paid you $4,000 as far as how it is for this. The point is, we will not have missed the show, and it's also worth pointing out, as far as Love of EarthBound, we got one more part is this next month, as it is, which is going to be the 100% speedrun perspective that he will also be doing. I'll announce the date of that, I guess later tonight if you have an idea, but keep it thought. We'll go later.
I'll let you know.
We'll go on that a little bit, but it'll be next month. Nice. That's good, right?
Yeah. So
dash your way out.
What I'm doing here is just using teleport to get away from enemies, because everything freezes when you teleport, and so you can use the teleport ability to maneuver around enemies and avoid them. Let's see here. Down there. And let's see. You don't want to go too far though, because there could be enemies off screen like that. So, and, okay, yeah, that was close. So let's see if we can actually, I'm going to turn around and try to go back for a better setup on that. Yeah. Yeah, because the spawn rate is so high here, you'll never get through just by despawning, so you just gotta force your way through with teleports. You probably could do it with despawning, but, I mean, it would take a considerable amount of time. Okay, and we're good.
Yeah, nicely done.
Thank you. Okay, got the meteorite piece, and back to Saturn Valley. Okay. Alright, so we got Star Omega. go back to the Cave of the Past.
I'm curious how this is because I've never seen this before.
Yeah, this will be the last RNG manipulation that we do.
Okay.
So from the Cave of the Past all the way to the end of the game will be manipulated.
Gotcha. And of course, whenever time is, just tell me when that is, and I'll be set for that.
Yeah. So we're going to have to save here to set up the RNG again. Okay.
Also, Chad, just a quick question. It's okay. Is the gutsy bed part of this?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, it is. That was actually too late there. Okay.
Wait, isn't this that one where you said that destroys the final boss? That rare item that
Yep.
Oh, so we're gonna get to see that. Awesome.
Yep.
Fine, we talked about this like a couple hours ago. So
Yep.
one of the taglines is "We planned the show." I swear to God. Fine, he planned the show clearly on this one. Perfect. Okay.
Okay, last time I think I was too early on the input last time. I was supposed to do it. AA there. Okay. AL. Okay, here. Okay. 3. Even blood roll on this. A down. 2 left. So we're gonna use that. Blood roll If I did that correctly, this should be a Bionic Kraken.
Wow.
And from here, do AB, fend. Actually, no, that was supposed to be that. Spy and everything.
Oh, at least we're seeing how the.
There you go.
Yeah. Okay. There you go.
All right, so we got the 1 in 128 chance. Very nice. Okay. First point, get back to this. And so 2. I think 2 would be better because we walked below the line. So in that case... Too early.
Okay. Also, a Midnight Dragon DX says, "Yay, bats!"
Yeah.
We got it. Good job.
Wasn't it? Over there. That should be good. Okay.
Okay.
We'll know when we get into the fight. So now we'll equip the Gutsy Bat. And I believe here we just want to cut the corners as sharp as possible. And then just those last few inputs there. ABL times 3. Yeah.
Here's Gygus again.
Alright, we meet again.
Gotta kick his ass, so Midnight Dragon DX says.
Alright, will do.
We showed you earlier how the normal way of running it is concerned, but how is this way?
Alright, so here it's all about manipulating damage and the enemy attack patterns. Alright, so we're going to start with an AB B, and we'll bash Pokey there. Yes, just like that. One cursor movement to Prey. Stop mashing when Jeff takes damage in order for this to line up right, and then start mashing when Pokey begins to move right there. Okay, good. AB times 3. I might actually need to do that even sooner. Yeah, because I got the extra... Yeah, that was extra there, so we'll just do that. Okay, perfect. Now, B. Now we're going to use the bat from our inventory.
Wait, can you do that in the game normally?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, or not as far as Chad's like, no, his death is coming. He's not escaping this.
I may have been late on mashing there. If it's the time or... Let's see here.
I was like, how did we figure out how to do this? Fine, answer that question
it's,
later.
Lots of trial and error. Don't think that's right either. B. Doing something wrong here.
What are you expecting to see?
So basically, I'm supposed to be getting smashes on him, and I'm supposed to be getting a gut save in a specific way so that I don't die.
Okay. Here's also the question, do you need to do rewind? Because if you do, it's running feasibly on clock. That way it's the last 30 seconds.
Yeah.
Okay, no, it's still in... Oh, maybe it's not. Maybe it's like the last minute.
Okay.
So that hit should be a smash, what you're saying.
Yeah. I wonder if... Let me try this one more time. So I might have made an error here. to cut these corners very tightly. Because even if you do have all the correct inputs in the battle, if you don't have the right field RNG, it won't line up.
I would say there's gonna have to be a story of how people found this. I mean, you say in the trial and error case, but what made them think, hey, you can do this? They probably, I don't know, dug into the code, I guess, of what they can tell of it?
Yeah, they did, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, they had to basically just take a look at the actual RNG, figure out how it works, what causes it to like what actions causes it to, what actions affect it, and then just use that to like route out the manipulation that they need.
Mm-hmm. I was gonna say this is probably insanely hard to get a perfect speed run down of, honestly. Just looking at that, I was like, Jesus, this is insane as far as what it is. How you're doing it, it's incredible to watch.
Tell you what I'll do. I'm gonna check my reference video just to make sure I have the correct movement on the walk up.
Sure, no problem. Yeah, you do what you gotta do, no problem. Is it? Hey, I don't know. Do you want to rewind back and like? Oh wait, you have the save down.
Yeah, if I have to, I'll just do the Cave of the Past again.
Okay. That's fine. Yeah, it's no issue. Yeah, do what you gotta do.
Because I do want to show the final fight.
Yep. Yeah, as I said, this is his game. He's the one playing this. Like, he gets the decisions on what does he want to show, how does he want to show it. Do what you gotta do. It's all yours. In the meantime, chat, we can read out some donations, or we can also have other aspects going on, other insights on EarthBound, other stuff on the interpretation you might have on the Gygas aspect, specifically, because Zora talked about that when we first saw this earlier tonight. But if there's anything else you got, other stuff on speedruns as well, as far as that process, and we'll definitely get into it. And that's the other thing, we're a totally improvisational program, so that's the idea, like, hey, if we're going to say, like, we're going to do something like that, like, boom, we're going to be right there and do what we have to do. I mean, we had that last week with Protorova and chat, as it was, and Nocturne and Bloodspice Moon was like, hey, his copy of Lunar was not, we're skipping one of the cutscenes, one of the big plot reveals, so I was like, yeah, we'll come back next week to fix that thing and see the rest of the game. So, hey, it's like, that's how we do it, and that's kind of, I guess, what makes the show. As I said, I just as Midnight Dragon DX, since you're new here, just to give you a sense of what this is. I started the show myself because I'm a 38-year-old guy just likes playing games, played feasibly my whole life, and I said when COVID was around, like I wasn't seeing a whole lot of people. Actually, I didn't know you at the time, but in that case, I wouldn't have even seen you either, Jim at 96. Mm-hmm. But either way, the case that I just had stuff, I had some tech. It's like I just want to show some of this weird stuff I have game-wise, and then it became a different case. It was like, hey, it was a little bit of replication fun, seeing you and other people we know as far as doing stuff as far as gaming. And then the next thing that came of that was people came in chat. They said, hey, I want to see something for the show. And that's the other thing. We do take viewer requests. If you want viewer requests on show of something, say the word. We'll make it happen for you. And we'll definitely make it in a case that, hey, you'll be active as far as the show. Like, hey, the question of, are you watching a game? What's that about? No, you're going to be right on the couch with us the way that's going to be working. And we'll give you the game the way you want to see it and do it fully. And we have a bunch of other shows we've been doing. We've been doing this about 4 years in July. So we've got a bunch of shows we've done and many more we'll do. We'll do them every week as is because I love doing it. I just do it for fun. It's not something I'm paid for. And it's like, I don't want to be paid for it because in that case, we don't have to necessarily answer to like sponsoring specifically. I joke about the idea like, hey, what tonight's show is feasibly brought to you by. But the case that, hey, we can kind of just go off this and it is the kind of thing, we have notes as far as what we're doing. He definitely has notes for what he's doing and clearly has the idea of understanding that specifically. But when it comes to stuff like this, just the idea that, hey, it's kind of just a lot off the cuff, really. And that's kind of the idea of what this is. But yeah, but don't worry, Midnight Dragon DX, Gygas is gonna die again. We promise. We'll make it happen.
Okay. I see a possible area where I may have made a mistake.
What was
Because
that?
there was back in the first area of the Cave of the Past. There's a section where I think I walked up too far, and there are certain points in the manipulation where if you make a mistake, it won't become apparent until later. It happens in the very beginning with the Starman manipulation. If you don't walk far enough above a certain tile, you won't know that you made the mistake until
The end.
you reach a later point. But most of the time, it's immediate. But in certain cases, it just happens later.
Sure.
So we'll do 5 there. Okay, maybe a first arrow below. I think it was right there. Oh, I probably wasn't far enough up there. Okay.
It's incredible looking at this saying like, hey, it's like one specific thing, and
Yes.
well, it's only later you realize, wait, no, this is not gonna work.
Still not far enough. Thereabouts. That should be it.
Okay, is it because he came towards you?
Yeah, I wasn't lined up with him properly.
If you need to use any of the save states for any of the stuff, do it. It's your choice.
Sure. Okay, that is very strange. If that's the case, then... So we're going to do the 2 movements there. Give this another shot here.
Okay. In some ways, I'm not gonna lie to you, Gemini 96. What you're doing here, and Chad out there as well. What he's doing here, this might be the hardest thing we've shown in gaming in anything we've played in the 3.5 years we've been doing this show. I think. I don't know if there's anything else we've done in any game that's as hard as what you're doing right now.
That should be good. Right, okay, yeah. There you go.
Okay, awesome.
Okay. Good. Okay, now we're on the right path. That's exactly what had to happen. So Paula just put everyone to sleep there. That prevented his next round of attacks. And so now we do the goods bash. And Paul's asleep, so good. Paralysis. Okay, so he woke up, but now we're gonna paralyze him, so now he still can't do anything to us. Dash him.
Damn.
He's out. So now Paula should wake up. We're gonna do basically the same thing on phase 2. Yeah, good. So dash, freeze alpha, and we'll mirror. Now freeze alpha. Solidification. Okay, where did I go wrong here? Okay, hang on a second. Let me double check my other notes on this, because just want to make sure I have the right inputs there.
Okay.
We're gonna get this, I promise.
I know you are. I mean, I know you will. You know, if there's anybody who can do this, it's him. There's no way in hell I'd ever be able to do this in my life, and I'm okay with that.
Okay, I may have to go back actually. Or to go here.
Okay, so what's the next step then?
Okay. So there should be. Try a slightly different movement. in the second area.
Okay. And when you get it, as I said, if you know you got it, you can drop save state down anywhere you want, no issue.
Oh, wait a minute.
was doing wrong here now.
What was that?
Yeah, because I was pretty sure we were on the right path last time.
Okay.
So I think I did an extra cursor movement when I selected the freeze in one at a turn here.
Okay.
I did an extra cursor movement. That's what it was.
Okay.
Okay.
In that case, you're in good shape for this.
I think so. I
Do you want to say? Yeah, I was gonna say.
All right. Let's we can do this one.
Yeah. Okay.
Okay. So dash freeze alpha and mirror. So here you do one cursor movement to freeze alpha.
Okay.
That should be correct. Okay, there we go. That's right.
I think that's how insanely specific
Just
this
one
is.
little cursor movement, and that's all it takes.
Mm-hmm.
Bash, freeze alpha, and another dash. And all the while, Paul is solidifying him. Good. Pray and a beta. Beautiful. Alright, that's phase 2. Gotta get through the prayers.
Based on how you have it manipulated, it's probably pretty much a done deal for this, I think. Yes.
Pretty much, yeah. There's just 2 turns where I have to keep an eye on the damage we do, because the damage can vary at a certain point, and depending on how much damage we do, I'll have to change the inputs, but for the most part, I think we have this.
Okay. Again, this is an incredible skill you're showing. Thank you for sharing it with us. Have we? I guess did you say have you run into the parts of inputs that you've had to change yet?
Not yet. That's
That's later.
Yeah, the last three. This is the part where I have to make sure that I mash quickly because there are NPCs moving on this screen. I want to make sure they don't move too much.
Okay.
Okay, 741. So that means I have to do a defend, play, and a defend. No extra movements. Let's see, down here. 1653. So we'll do maybe defend, press X. It's there.
Given what we saw at the beginning of the show, though, I'm curious how this is, given how we ran around this, because we didn't actually put in for this. This is going to be my first time seeing this. He knows probably what we're going to see here. I don't, so I'm very curious to see what we got here.
And that's time right there. And yeah.
Oh, that's time for the whole game?
That's for the run, yeah.
Okay, perfect. I just wasn't sure. Okay,
And
cheer.
for the oh, go ahead.
No, you go.
So for the purposes of the name, it's just a blank. There's no name there.
Okay, so yeah, time then was 2 hours, 15 minutes, 53 seconds, and 83 milliseconds.
All right.
That, my God, fine. I gotta give you my credit as far as just because this. Okay, I got one question to ask you. How'd you get into speedrunning this game? I mean, I know you love it, but what got you into doing that respectively?
Well, a few months ago, I did a glitchless speedrun, which is what I'll be doing next time.
Mm-hmm.
And yeah, I just started watching speedruns, and yeah, it's like a new way to experience the game.
Okay. Yeah, because Midnight Dragon DX said in the chat there saying the idea of why watching people do it because they don't have the patience to do it, but then again it's also that question that you love this game so much, it is basically another way to kind of enhance your love of it, I believe.
Yeah.
And we did promise a death of Gygas again, here it goes.
There you go.
That's the one thing, but I'm saying that this is, I can only imagine cases of people that remember all of those things specifically and make that all happen.
Yeah, if you go on speedrun.com, you watch some of the top times. They're like 50 minutes, under an hour, and it's just amazing. They do it all in one sitting, one shot, and they have to have the whole thing memorized, basically.
Right. I mean, so the fact that you have as much memorized as you did is incredible. And the idea is that feasibly any little thing could go wrong. In some cases, it's that almost it sounds like a little bit of luck, if I'm not mistaken, sort of, in the sense that, hey, in order to make sure that you get through, because I know you're trying for like some of the walls,
Yeah.
which you did show in part 2.
Mm-hmm.
We showed in the part 2 as far as you doing that, just as when we were casually playing through the game, when you were. but something that seems like it's something so specific that it might be off. I mean, luck might not potentially be on your side as far as it, and you're like, hey, wait a second, I restart this.
Mm-hmm.
So that's something that is kind of incredible. I would think that in some cases, like when it comes to speedruns for this way, it's probably all over the place for that very reason.
Yeah.
To a certain extent.
Yep.
Am I right about that?
Yeah.
I guess also then that question is, fine, let me also, so I'll have some purpose of this for the edits. Let me do the screenshotting on my phone, so I'll use that as far as editing of what I had. And it's also probably, well fine, I'm not going to show that part. The fact that I accidentally hit the lap thing every so often. Like, so it was 4 laps, one that was not even a second, and the other one's like 35 minutes, 12 minutes, and then almost an hour and a half, specifically. But, okay, so I took that as it was, but what is your fastest any percent on this? It sounds like, am I right in saying, fine, I'll answer that question, I'll ask the other one, sorry.
I have done it in one sitting without making any mistakes in about, I think my time was like an hour and 20 minutes.
Okay. And then the other question was going to be, is this harder than doing the 100%? For some reason I get the sense it is, just because, I don't know, it seems like there's so many specifics that have to be taken into account for this. But I just think you know better than I do.
Yeah, in some ways it is, because in the glitchless run, there is a route that involves RNG manipulation, but you don't have to manipulate the RNG in that run.
Right.
So in that case, it's not as strict. So in that sense, the glitchless run is easier, I would say.
Okay, because I mean, I guess to one thing, I noticed that you and I were at a party at one point, specifically. I know you're showing people this, because fine, we're going into waxing nostalgic on some of the retro stuff we were doing. I think it was the day after we did Pilot Wings that we did this, but it was also something that there are people who hadn't seen this game as well. We were playing through the game really fast as far as how it was for going that way, but it seemed like there wasn't as much you really needed to manage as far as this. This one, you have to be dead on as far as timing, you have to be dead on as far as position, you have to be dead on in terms of how your button movements are, as far as your inputs, as far as where do you set the RNG based on things to do a reset for it, and also taking into account how the switch is working for that because of the fact that, hey, you have to go in the menu and do the reset. So I think that in and of itself, it's probably, I don't know if in one way it would take longer running on this console, just for that very reason.
Right, yeah.
As far as like pulling that menu up for that. Although I guess to how much of a degree, I don't know. And I guess the fastest way to do this would be running the Japanese version for Mother 2, because of the way the text is. I don't know, where's the Game Boy Advance version fit into this, if at all? Or do you not know? I don't know.
I'm not sure. I haven't seen any speedruns on that version.
Yeah, I mean, because I know I was looking into that over the past couple months, seeing what did they do, what's it do different. I mean, it's mostly a straight conversion of this, not straight emulation the way this one is, but still something that there were glitches that were in the main game that are still in that one. Oh, right, I forgot. There's a camera.
Yeah.
It's just like, wait, who's this? Oh, wait a second. You're taking her home.
Yeah.
I may as well take her home as well. It's like, hey, Mom, here's Paula. But he's like, she's like, how'd you meet? He's like, meets? Like, she just appeared in my party.
Yeah, so you can actually take Paula home and introduce her to your mother.
Okay, hi. I was a strong young man. I hear all your stories, but I don't want to know you. As soon as you walk in the door, I want a chance to get to know your little girlfriend. Good to meet you, B. Should have people in the valley over. Please come back here. I would say, can you look at it with Paula with you?
Yeah, so now in the credits, Paula will be in that picture.
Oh. And she'll also be with you as far as doing the jig. Yeah, nicely done. I mean, my God, that is insanely hard. I have nothing but the highest respect for you for being able to do it as you did. and remembering as much as you were able to remember as you did as well.
Thank you.
My God, it's amazing. As I said to people that, hey, we're gonna do this. It's gonna be a sight to see. Absolutely. And fine, the game itself has been as it's been for it. But as you indicated, we're not completely done with EarthBound or the speedrunning of it. Because next month's party is going to be the finale, and he will be speedrunning the whole game as far as 100%.
Yes.
When do you want to do that, as far as this?
Let's see here, so March.
I know you and I have stuff going on feasibly on Saturday, so we're going to have a Friday show anyway outside of that.
Mm-hmm.
But everything is open. The only one that's not, and fine, if you have to do March 30th or 29th or whatever that is, I can swap out Justice League Task Force. There's going to be the April Fool's Day show, but points will do that either. I was at it for the 30th, but if you need to swap it, I can swap it. We'll do it on the 7th of April for it. But everything is open as far as what slots are for show for March. I will definitely go into schedule because that's what we do as far as the end of the show. I guess we'll enjoy more as far as the credits music and all that stuff. And also next time, as far as since we sort of did the final thoughts of this, we can have a last reiteration. And then also the other thing we do is we mention where this game's available, which we sort of mentioned earlier as far as it, which is Switch Online now, easiest, Super Nintendo, most expensive, but the most that. Oh, fine, and one other one I forgot. Technically the cheapest way if you want an actual ownership of this game is buy a Nintendo, or not Nintendo Switch, buy a Super Nintendo Classic Edition unit. Find those on eBay for about $100, $20, $30, $40, $50 about. It has this on it. Yeah, I forgot, that's the other port of this, specifically, and it is cheaper to get that feasibly than that, and there's also a bunch of games on that specifically that are really nice. It's interesting because I bought that unit twice for people. I don't actually own one because I own the games on them elsewhere, and also because I had this on Wii U, or have it on Wii U still, so that's the way I have this. But most everything else I think I have other places, and there's some good stuff on there, stuff like, if you're a big one on RPGs, on top of it, at least 3 or 4 of the best RPGs on the Super Nintendo, which would be Super Mario RPG, this, Secret of Mana, which Nocturne actually started getting into a bit, and I have it on the Wii Virtual Console, which is where that is for my case, and Final Fantasy VI, another one that I know you adore. Yeah, and I'd get that one too. It's another great one, specifically. But point is, like, yeah, you'll get a bunch of stuff as far as that being available that way. And then the other thing also we'll go into, or because we're going this now, is that next time we come back to EarthBound, do we do Mother 1 or do we do 3? Because 3 is the direct sequel to this, is that right?
Yes. I think we should do 3 next.
You think 3 would be the next one? And fine, if Nintendo were begging feasibly for a translation of this, or official translation, just for the purpose of, even if they put it on Switch Online for Japan, that would be a case of it. I know there's been discussions about why that's not. It's mostly, you said mostly a content question, potentially. Is that the thought, maybe, and why?
Yeah, there's a few different possible reasons. It could be due to some material that could be offensive, but it's hard to say.
I mean, it is also maybe one of those things that's not the kind. I mean, Polymer's Over Ties is on the Switch. I own it. It's worth pointing out. I mentioned last week that I have the physical release and it was not up on the digital stores. It is now. They've announced the digital date, which is going to be on March 8th, I think. It was on the eShop. I saw it earlier. The actual date as far as what it is, so that'll be digitally available next month. But, you okay?
Yeah.
But in the credits, fine. When you boot that game up and turn it on, they say like, "Hey, we're giving this game as it is specifically for the purpose of, that it's aged, but to give the sense of the preservation of this, looking at this in the context, and because they have tons of documentary footage." As I said, that's going to be the April Fool's Day game we're doing next year, as far as 2025, just because that is such a fascinating one as far as what that is. So, I mean, I would think if that's the case, if there's something to that, I would think maybe they figure something out as far as Mother 3, because, I mean, I don't know, I guess when we think about things Nintendo doesn't want to acknowledge again, I don't know if Mother 3 is not something like that for them that I think of. I mean, the things that come to mind to me, if you ask me, as far as, well, fine, I'll ask you this question first. Where do you see the stuff Nintendo either published or developed that maybe they think like, they don't necessarily want to go back to it, or something they have association with, because there's something I'm going to bring up on that one specifically. It's kind of a tough one because Nintendo usually is this perspective of themselves as far as how that reputation is, and maybe the question like, what are really the skeletons in their closet, which not really much.
Yeah, I mean, aside from the Mother series, I can't really think of anything else.
I mean, honestly, it's mostly, I kind of reach as far as what it is as far as stuff, because the one I know they'll never come back to again is Devil's Third. Are you familiar with that on the Wii U?
No.
It was a game that was developed by Valhalla Studios, was the company that was of Tomonobu Itagaki, used to work in Team Ninja, made the Dare Live games and Ninja Gaiden. It was in development hell for a while with THQ, before they went out of business, and then before they came back into business as THQ Nordic. Nintendo picked that up. It is this hack and slash combat game that's very grungy, very mature rated. I own it on the Wii U because I downloaded it for $30. They did a very limited physical run. It goes for like $300 now. It is very hard to find that. It's one of those cases that I don't know if Nintendo really wants to acknowledge that. The other one, fine, Nintendo doesn't have an ownership of this anymore. There's maybe the question on Conker's Bad Fur Day for the Nintendo 64 that it's kind of a question, did they actually publish that? Because it was Rare who developed it, and they kind of were involved to it with marketing it, but also Nintendo's marketing that game. I don't know, are you familiar with how the marketing of that game went when it came out?
No.
Because, well, I'll tell you this, because what happened with that was, Nintendo was, you're probably aware as far as what that game started out as, correct?
Not really, no.
Okay, so what happened with that is it started in 1997. Nintendo announced, alongside Banjo-Kazooie, they announced a game called Conker's Quest, which was going to have Conker the Squirrel, who would see in Diddy Kong Racing and in Conker's Pocket Tales for the Game Boy Color beforehand. That was in development at the same time. Banjo-Kazooie came out first. There was maybe the question that they said, hey, you know, it seems maybe cutesy. It wasn't necessarily badly received.
Oh, yes, okay, I remember now, yeah.
But then they changed the course of it a little bit in the sense, first, before they went to what it came out as 12 Tales Conker 64, and in Rare Replay on the Xbox One, there is video and music that goes into the background of what it was. Whereas, not necessarily going darker exactly, but it was something that, it was more of an idea of kind of a little bit of a Disney perspective that was almost a little more, they kind of, as far as some of the pictures I'd never seen as far as this, the idea like, hey, you'd have like a helper owl doing things as far as combat, and also some stuff as far as like Dark and Stormy Nights, although they think Banjo-Kazooie and something like that. So it wasn't kind of a question. They had other games they're doing, like Perfect Dark, and Jefferson Gemini, and Donkey Kong 64, which I'll have to get to that one. I still remember the line you gave when I was under the assumption that, hey, you called dibs. I was like, that's it's like, yeah, fair enough. I was like, I don't know. I thought there was a question, but either way, we'll get to that eventually. But then what happens? Like, fine, they changed it again, and they showed it, and they showed the It's Worst chapter where they basically do a shot-for-shot reenactment of the opening of Saving Private Ryan, and people's jaws were on the floor. And then when it came to how Nintendo promoted it, Nintendo Power just stopped talking about it completely. They acknowledged it existed, and they showed a couple screenshots and said, hey, what it was going to be. But then they just stopped talking about it. They didn't review it in the magazine. They did put a player's guide out that they hid very massively. There were late-night television commercials that I never saw, even on late-night television of stuff, and they were like stuff I saw on syndication, stuff like Married with Children and King of the Hill, my local Fox affiliate, and things like that. But nothing for that. The only advertisements they had for print were in like Playboy and Maxim magazine, almost giving the sense maybe that this game was maybe more adult and more risque than it actually was, to a certain extent. And then what happened was that other magazines, like Electronic Game Monthly, it's like, we've been getting letters and emails from people saying, did this game get canceled? Like, no, it's not. It's still coming out. It came out. It sold like 1 million units, but Nintendo never really kind of acknowledged it. Even to the point where Nintendo Power, before they shuttered, they did a thing on this, like, we made a mistake not covering this game. We should have covered this. So I was wondering if, fine, in that case, they would not necessarily want to go back to that. And of course, also, fine, Nintendo didn't develop this, but of course, CDI Zelda games, and Hotel Mario,
Yeah.
which of course, in a couple weeks we have RZ, the Quest of Faramore, which was the spiritual rethink of the CDI Zeldas that they're saying, we're going to make this a good game, even to the point where there's a physical version up on pre-order now on a limited run that went up just today, and a CDI Switch controller. There's the spoon. I'm going to have a picture of that, and you bet your ass I'm buying that, because it's like $35, and I'm like, fine, I got the other classic controllers. I'm like, fine, Super Nintendo, Nintendo 64, NES, hold on, Super Nintendo, N64, NES, Sega Genesis, CDI. It's like, okay, yeah, I don't know. They designed it specifically feasibly to play that, so that's gonna be also because look, I'm always one of those people who's like, what's the weirdest controller you can play something with? I'm always like, we're doing Mario Sunshine as far as that in a few months. Like, I don't think you can play that game with that controller. I'm pretty sure. But I was saying the other day, like, what controller should I try to play this game with?
The Power Glove.
It's so bad. People probably figured out how to do that with the, I guess, interface that with the GameCube or with the Switch, perhaps. Fine, I got the DK bongos. I don't know how far I can get. I still have to test how far you can even get with that. Trying to think what other weird controllers on the GameCube. Fine, as I said, the DDR pad. Although I don't know if the D-pad, I think that's reflecting the D-pad. I don't think I can play that game. Actually, I did use the DDR pad I have on Xbox to play Soul Calibur 2. Actually, that works really, really well. But that's kind of an interesting thing. So, I mean, fine. I guess going back to the EarthBound and Mother 3 thing, I don't know if it's a case that, no, they don't want to do that, but I just said maybe that question, and I don't know, maybe 30th anniversary. Look, I think a lot of people would like to see is the point.
Yeah.
And fine. The point is that even if they don't, we have the hookup with Gemini 96 here because he is a translated it's a translated reproduction cartridge, yes?
Yes.
So that means we can actually use the GameCube to play because I have the Game Boy player. We will run it on that. And he's region free, so it will, fine, not that it matters in the case of this game, but it will play anything you toss at it specifically. So that's the idea as far as what we got on that. It's like, we're hoping, I mean, because sometimes we'll say something. We'll mention something on the show. They bug our show. We mentioned that before. Sometimes they'll come out, it's like, nobody's want something like this, but then or not this case. People want this, clearly. But then they'll just say, okay, fine, let's bring something out back. I mean, fine. They re-released El Viento. I actually still can't play it because my Genesis is not working. But I got that physical version of that and other stuff as it's been. So, yeah, never give up hope, you know? Mm-hmm. But either way, that's that idea. So, yeah, if you want to also pick music to go over as far as when we go over the schedule for the last part of this, 96, you got your choice.
Music?
Yeah, for the game.
Oh, right.
Or hell, pull anything else out on this damn system you want. It's like, hey, let's take a listen to this and have it going over.
Let's see what we got here.
Yeah, because you do get to see the element of the Nintendo Switch Online for Super Nintendo. Or, hey, it doesn't have to be Super Nintendo. It can be anything else. Mm-hmm. It could be anything weird. Anything we've shown before, anything we haven't shown before. Other stuff. So there's some good stuff up on here. So yeah, you get your aspect of EarthBound and a bunch of other great games for Super Nintendo and other stuff.
Good old Super Mario World.
Oh, it's a good choice. We will come to this game eventually. When we do come to this, by the way, I do have the I have a unique version of this. The one that came bundled in with the Super Mario set. Not that I actually bought that Super Nintendo, but if you're familiar with that bundle back in the day, it came with Super Mario World and Super Mario All-Stars with it. There's some releases of it that had them on separate cartridges like you used to. There's one that had them both on one. I found this at a toy store years ago that's since closed as far as it, but they were good as far as some of the stuff I picked up with retro stuff in the 90s. But I have this, there are some sort of differences with it where Luigi has a different sprite. Okay. Which is unique to that version, including the Game Boy Advance version that came out. It's not even the same as that. He doesn't play it differently as far as what that is, as far as it, but they do also do a couple of bug fixes here and there. It's really not much different. It's mostly the same, but it kind of goes into aspect of that. So that's feasibly, I think, the way we'll show that game. I gotta figure when we get to that, because hey, we got more stuff of Mario coming this year, because that's been a gaping hole in our coverage, and we're fixing that in big ways. Okay, so first things first. Schedule as far as this. Next EarthBound part is going to be next month. Do you have a preference?
I can let you know next week.
That's fine. It's like we got time because all of everything we got for this month is set. So, well, for the most part. I know it's set we're playing. It's just one of them. I don't know if I'll do that a Friday or Saturday. I'll have to figure that. That's also going to be that case of it. But all right, in that case, we can figure that. And also, the other idea is that if I know feasibly whilst I'm editing this, I can also have the edit down too. So hey, this is what it is, or I'll just announce it on next week's show. Either way, hey, we got to figure this out. And as I mentioned, we could do a Friday again if that's going to work for you. I know we're going to have to do a Friday show, at least one of next month anyway.
Yeah.
For both of us, this is. But that being said, let's talk schedule then as far as what's going on. Because, yeah, we do have sometimes changing times. We do Super Bowl game Saturday. It's not quite Saturday, so we call it Super Bowl game almost Saturday as far as it. But for this, next week we're going really, really early. We're going to the earliest we've ever gone with the show before. We are going at 1 p.m. Eastern Standard Time on Saturday, February 10th, because we are coming back to Lunar Silver Star Story Complete for PlayStation. We are finishing it. Protorov is in the chat who's mentioning, hey, I'm getting prepped on this. And the reason we're doing it that early is because, as you might have noticed in some of the parts, as far as it when Blood Space Moons come in, her schedule is very specific, how she has to understand stuff. The fact she's able to be with us as much as she is has been great, and she's added a lot to the program. But for the purpose of seeing this finale, we wanted to see, can we have her on the whole time, and also, are we going to have enough time to, do the disc buff, which is what we're going to do. So, actually, Nocturne and I are going to be at his place like 3 hours ahead of time. I have my disc doctor. We're going to fix disc 2. I'm going to test it on both his PlayStation 2 and mine to make sure that we have something that's going to work for it to show off the story that Like is trying to tell us. He tried to tell us 4 times. We realized he did skip it at that same point. It's like, he's trying to tell us this big story that's supposed to be one of the biggest plot reveals of the game. I think it is probably the biggest, honestly. We don't know what it is, or fine, the audience doesn't know what it is. But we're gonna get it fixed. It's not a bad case as far as the disc. I looked at it, I said, we can fix this, no issue. It's a small scratch. I got my stuff, we'll be set for that. And we'll start early, so Blood Space Moon will be with us for it, along with Nocturne and Proto, of course, who is going to be controlling it. So yeah, 3 weeks of RPG straight in a row, as it is with the last part of Lunar last week, the preview on Legend of Dragoon, which we didn't expect. We had a great time doing that. And EarthBound tonight, and Lunar completed next week. And it's worth pointing out, as I mentioned before, since we're going to have to do it this way as far as the finale of the game, I will be recording off-screen the overlook of Lunar Silver Star Harmony on the PSP, which he knows very well because I was bringing it in for every day for a while. There's like, I gotta beat this game. It's like, yeah, it's Lunar again? Yes, it is. That was a while ago, and I have stuff set to show off, like with this game, honestly, some of the differences between a version. In that case, because the PSP version is another remake. It's actually technically the 3rd remake of the game, technically, because it came on Sega CD initially. The PlayStation 1 version's a remake. It was on Saturn in Japan, where it's mostly the same. Then they redid it for the Game Boy Advance as Lunar Legend, and then it's also remade on the PSP as Lunar Silver Star Harmony. There's some differences in that as far as stuff with the cinematics, an extra episode at the start of the game, and in certain places in between that is in no other version, including the mobile version that came out last week on Android. Specifically, I will be stitching that in as a part. I will record that probably tomorrow or Sunday at some point to get that set. That'll be appended when I edit, so in that case, going to the YouTube site of Super Bowl Game Saturday will be the case for that one, as it is. That's, again, going to be next week on February 10th at 1 p.m. Eastern Standard Time for our finale of Lunar Silver Star Story Complete. Week after that, we were doing Part 2 of Metal Gear Solid 2 Substance. I don't know if this is going to be a Friday or a Saturday. It will be either one. I'll announce next week as far as which one. That being said, we're going to continue our adventure on the Big Shell after a lot of what happened last time, as far as how it was with the first couple hours of that game. As it run into Substance, we should be able to finish the game as far as the story like this one in a couple parts, probably 3rd part. And I'll show the skateboarding off because there's Metal Gear Solid skateboarding in that version, which is hilarious. I'll show off the snake tails. I got to scope how long the snake tails are. I don't think it's going to take that long. And then the VR missions, which will be the finale as far as the overlook of them using the Metal Gear Solid HD collection for the Xbox 360 running on the Xbox Series X. And that's going to be what that's looking like. That's going to be next part of that 2 weeks. Week after that is going to be another Friday show. This is going to be set this way. This is going to be on February 23rd with Edwack and the person who named this show, Nikki, who her birthday is tomorrow. Happy birthday to you, Nikki, as well, for this She's going to be playing the next two from Humongous Entertainment. She's going to be playing Putt Putt Goes to the Moon and Pajama Sam, No Need to Hide When It's Dark Outside. What is your experience with the Humongous Games of War?
Never played them.
Okay, they are developed actually by, it was a company that started by Ron Gilbert, who made The Secret of Monkey Island and Deathspank, which is a favorite of Blood Spice Moons. We've got to figure when we're going to do that. We should be playing both of those. We'll have a commercial break in between because they're short enough and because we're running the PC versions of them. Then we get into March. We're going to have the next part of EarthBound at a date to be determined, and also, based on what you tell me as far as this, I'll figure where I'm scheduling other stuff around. I'll have the next part of Metal Gear Solid 2. The next part of Pokemon Violet version running 1.0 as far as it's... because then I'll only need one more part after that. And then we're going to start our first shot of other stuff with Mario, though not something he's playable in quite yet. We're going to start Wario Land, Super Mario Land 3 for the Game Boy. I've been sort of practicing that, but I realized, fine, there's the other Mario game that I need more practice on than that one. Specifically, because this is only going to be 2 parts. We'll finish that in April. And Justice League Task Force is going to be the April Fool's Day game this year. It's a fighting game with DC characters. It was on Super Nintendo, which Jess was playing on the Super Nintendo, because the Lakers wanted to see that. And it's one of the very early games of Blizzard's. Yeah, so he made StarCraft and Warcraft and Rock'n'Roll Racing and Lost Vikings, amongst others. It's got a mixed reputation. It's not necessarily a case of, is it a bad game? It's stiff as far as how you play it, as far as a fighting game, even at that time. But it's kind of a in-between of, is this really bad or not? So, we're going to take a look at it. I just have to scope that. I got to start practicing more, because I've not practiced it as much as I should. I will definitely start doing that a little more. As far as that, then we get to April, we're going to have, I'll talk to Edwack and Nikki about this, because they're feasibly going to be in on this, the finale of Pokemon Violet for its story. The finale of Wario Land that month, the next part of Metal Gear Solid 2, and Nocturne is going to be starting Croc Legend of the Gobos for the Sega Saturn, actually. You familiar with that one?
Yeah, I've played Croc.
I played it on,
PS1.
PS1. Yeah, I have it on the PS1. It does not, actually, my disc is not in great shape, and even the Data Doctor couldn't quite save that one. She said, hey, I have it on Saturn. I kind of haven't gotten a whole lot of opportunity to play it, but she, I guess, saw what I was doing on Pokemon, so you know what? Why don't we do a blind run of that, or I'll do a blind run of that specifically. So it's only about 15-20 hours, I believe.
Yeah, it's a short game.
Okay, so you're very familiar with this. I guess you're also familiar, I guess, with the potential stories on, you know, it was Argonaut who dubbed that, who made Star Fox for the Super Nintendo and X on the Game Boy, amongst other stuff. The thought that it was actually fitting you picked Super Mario World. We planned this show, I swear to God, because the thought is that it was initially positioned as a 3D game with Yoshi in it. And then there's conflicting reports. I'll have the full story of this when we get to this, of whether Nintendo saw that and kind of took it sort of from themselves to base for Mario 64, and then about a year or so later, they moved on, or Argonaut moved on and published it under Fox, who was involved. So I guess that's the internet. I guess Disney owns it now. Fine. I don't know what the licensing is on that, because I think there was a thought that they might be remaking this. But point is that that's what it is, and it's on Saturn, as she has it that way, and that's what we're going to be showing for the purpose of that. And then we get to May, where we have the compilation program we're going to be doing for Title Legends on the Xbox. So, Space Invaders, Operation Wolf, Bubble Bobble, bunch of Taito stuff. I know your experience on Taito's backgrounds is... There's a bunch of old arcade games of theirs, as far as this collection. But, I mean, I didn't show the big ones. But there's other stuff that's very small, but it's always the way we like to do with these compilation shows, which is take a look at a classic game compilation, play everything in it for a little bit of time, get a sense of what is it like. Sometimes maybe stuff you didn't play, and there's a style of stuff I didn't play, as it is. When I first wanted to see that, so I was like, hey, we take the viewer requests, as I mentioned. I got a bunch of them as is. Then we'll finish Metal Gear Solid 2, we'll have Croc going on, and then in May, I gotta figure what the date on this is gonna be specifically. I might feasibly keep this to the end of the month. We're starting summer right. Another viewer request is coming out of Brixabry. But you know what, John96, you've been helping me so much on the prep on this, I think you need to tell them what it is.
Well, Super Mario Sunshine.
Yes, it is. Thank you so much for everything you've been doing just for the start of this, as you know, I'm going on the journey. I have 120 shines in this game. I've never done it, but as far as the practice I've been doing, I'm at a little over a third of the way. It's just some of those other things. The Poison River is going to be hell, but what I'm gonna do is I'll farm lives off screen. We're gonna have 99 lives and go on that thing. We're gonna do that first thing we go on the show. And I was like, fine, we're gonna do this. If I somehow run out of all 99 lives doing that, there's something gonna be horribly wrong. Although what I'm also gonna do is, for the purpose of our work break practice of that, I'm gonna make sure I have 99 lives by the time we do that. And as you said the other day, it's time. It's like, yeah, it's gonna come up that way. But it is a great game as far as how it is, just insanely hard, but it is satisfying when you get it.
Yeah.
And I'll tell you this, talking about the community thing as far as EarthBound, this is the last thing before we go for the night. The fact that you and Chasm22 and the Crusader 64 and Edwack and everybody else, AJ as well, as far as people in the chat, just seeing this experience, even people coming around who was like, oh my god, Super Mario Sunshine, it's like, yeah, it's great we're seeing this, because, like, there's no sun around, it seems like, nowadays. It's like, fine, there's a little bit of sunshine going on, it's like, we're getting ready for summer, we've mentioned, like, hey, it's a perfect summer game, that'll be the idea, and as I mentioned also, since I'm gonna be doing this myself, because the Crusader 64 and Serenity and Tony said our schedules are not gonna be able to guarantee us all on this, but I said, hey, you wanna come in for a part, come in for a part, you know what, I'll extend that to you, Gemini 96, like, when I'm doing it, like, you're just like, I just want to come by and be in on this.
Yeah, sure.
Yeah, go ahead. And feasibly, I'll have Edwack on speed dial. I was like, he's 20 minutes away. Like,
there you go.
Help with the Poison River, please. So I'll basically pretty much have my phone out and call. He's like, hey, Edwack. He's like, hey, what's going on? Or he'll probably say, like, what's up, Fortnite gamers? As far as just, like, he'll probably know I'm calling. I don't know. It'll be like the Who Wants to Be a Millionaire thing of, like, phoning a friend, but he'll know ahead of time. But they know ahead of time as well, as far as that. But,
he'll just show up as you're calling. Like, he'll just know. he'll just know.
He'll know. Oh, like with EarthBound, when, they're here, like, the Runaway 5, they knew, they got a sense, like, wait, there's a prayer coming around, they didn't know necessarily how, but they understood, like, I'm hearing something, that's it. They knew they had to spring into action, so that's gonna be the idea. And as I said, we have not done enough with Mario on the show, and I know we need to change that, so that's gonna be what that's looking like. And I talked about some of the stuff we got later, but I said, right now, that's mostly what we got going, but I know other stuff we'll have. I know he has games he wants to do. I know next up for him eventually is going to be Bloodborne on PlayStation 4, I believe.
Yeah.
And, Dungeons of Daggers for the PC as well for you at some point. And other stuff. And I think that's about it as is specifically for now. But yeah, some of the stuff is gonna be subject to change as far as the schedule, because like that's what we're running as it is for the purpose of the show. We'll let you know how it is. I'm also working on the finalization of the Super Bowl Game Saturday Discord site, which I really just have to figure the linkage of the master list really above anything else in the schedule as it is as far as Google Docs. I'm putting them in an Excel sheet starting and then figuring that. As soon as I do that, I have it set. I just have to get stuff and get like mod stuff created, sort of, kind of, and then I want to try and launch that by end of winter if I can. I'll figure it, but that'll also be the easier way of explaining how schedule is, but we do explain it as far as how it is. I do the advertisement on Twitch here, by the way. Welcome again, Midnight Dragon DX for the show. We'll have the announcement of the next show after the show we've done tonight, and also after the time of what tomorrow's show would have been last, because we're not going to be on tomorrow night, as is specifically. But yeah, with that, I think that's going to be what we're looking like, specifically. Thank you again, I don't know, I was going to call you Chasm22, sorry. Gemini96, that's so good to have you. Thank you so much for everything with EarthBound, giving us great ending music as far as Super Mario World as well.
Of course, yeah, thank you for having me.
Of course, anytime. Looking forward to the finale of EarthBound for next month for your speed run, and for this one, great job. I can't say that enough.
Thank you.
And I think we entertained people as far as that. That's the idea. We aim to please that way and show that love of game. It shows. I think it comes through, and I think that's what the best challenge Twitch realizes. That's the whole idea. All right, with that, hope you have a great rest of your weekend as is starting now, and have a great week coming forward as far as it. I will see you next Saturday at 1 p.m. Eastern Standard Time with Protorova, Nocturne, and Bloodspiced Moon for the finale of Lunar Silver Star Story Complete for the PlayStation. Till then, keeping awesome. Have a wonderful night. Take care, everybody.
Take care, everyone.